What if the end of the world isn't a cataclysmic event, but a twisted cosmic joke played by gods who've lost their punchlines? Here's the kicker: you're already late to the party. Glorious Valhalla teeters on the brink, and the colossal wolves of fate are ready to feast on the remnants of human folly. Forget what you know. This apocalypse isn't about destruction, it's a madcap circus of calamity and chaos, a dance of deities drunk on their own hubris. Think you can outrun this madness? Think again. The Bifrost Bridge is melting under the weight of ancient grudges, and Odin's raven is cawing warnings in a language long forgotten. The air crackles with the electric tension of impending doom, the kind you'd expect in a horror film, but this isn't fiction. This is the story of the end, where frost giants wake from their slumber, and giants like Thor find their hammers turned into mere relics of nostalgia. Can the thunder god really protect anyone when his thunderclouds are filled with doubt and dread? Every corner of this Nordic nightmare is riddled with betrayals as sharp as the finest Viking blade. Loki, the firestarter of chaos, laughs maniacally, plotting to turn allies into enemies faster than you can say Valhalla. He's the ultimate trickster. Picture a malevolent jester in a throne room bursting with tension. Can you hear the laughter? Or is that just the sound of your own heartbeat, racing as the countdown begins? In this twisted theater, heroes and villains blend into a single shade of grey, each action laced with dark humor and catastrophic stakes. Picture a dragon lurking in the shadows, its breath a cocktail of sulfur and rage, ready to turn a mere mortal into charred memories. You've got no choice but to play this game. An ancient prophecy haunts every corner of your mind, its whispers clawing at your sanity. Maybe the gods are laughing at you, or maybe it's just your own fear echoing back. Will you stand with the fallen heroes who wear their scars like badges of honor? Or will you side with the schemers who thrive on chaos? The lines blur in this cosmic chess match, where pawns become queens, and gods are dethroned faster than you can blink. Each choice ignites a chain reaction that could end the world or rewrite the future, your future. Clocks tick down, alliances fracture, and fate lays its cards on the table. This isn't just about survival. It's about embracing the absurdity that spirals through every heartbeat, every breath. The twilight of the gods is not a gentle twilight. It's an explosion of color and sound, a final act where the audience is as much a part of the show as the players themselves. So, are you ready to confront the twisted comedy of existence? After all, if the world's going to end, it might as well go out with a laugh, dark, twisted, and unforgettable. The wind howled, a banshee's wail slicing through the frigid air. I stood in the shadow of a crumbling fortress, its stones slick with the remnants of ancient bloodshed, as the sun dipped below the horizon, igniting the sky in a riot of colors, a desperate farewell. My heart thudded in my chest like a war drum, each beat a reminder of the chilling prophecy that hung over us like a noose. Ragnarok. The end of all things. It wasn't just a myth. It was a promise lingering in the smoke of our fires, echoing through the tales of our ancestors. I remember my mother's face, pale as the moonlight, as she recounted the legends by flickering candlelight. 3 mighty events, she whispered, her eyes wide, glistening with fear: the death of Baldur, the treachery of Loki, and the great battle at Vigrid. The words wrapped around my throat like a serpent, squeezing tighter with each syllable. Could she have known then? Could any of us have known? Beside me stood Era, her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles shone white under the fading twilight. We cannot let this happen, she breathed, voice like a fragile whisper, yet trembling with the force of a storm. Her eyes were pools of dark determination, haunted yet fierce. Era had always been my anchor, my warrior, but now, as chaos brewed on the horizon, I could see the cracks in her armor. She was terrified, and it broke my heart. We have to fight, she insisted, but I could hear the uncertainty beneath her words, a fragile thread wavering between hope and despair. And then there was Thrain, his presence a dark storm cloud that threatened to engulf us both. He paced, restless energy radiating from him, his thoughts a whirlwind of shadows. The gods have abandoned us, he spat, voice edged with venom. Why should we fight for them? Thrain, always the cynic, wore his bitterness like a shield. He held tight to the belief that the only thing waiting for us was oblivion, and sometimes, just sometimes, I thought he might be right. But even as I felt the weight of his words, I wondered if deep down, he feared the end as much as I did, not of the world, but of himself. And so we stood, three souls against the gathering storm, the prophecy looming over us like a predator stalking its prey. I could feel the shadows of our past, threading through our hearts, coiling tighter, suffocating. Era's brother had been lost to the darkness, his laughter now a ghost, a memory fading like the last light of day. Thrain had lost his faith, a personal Ragnarok tearing at his very being. And me. I had lost my sense of purpose, floundering in the weight of what we were about to face, clinging to the hope that we could change our fate. Do you hear that? Era's voice broke through my thoughts, sharp and piercing. The distant clang of swords echoed like a heartbeat, and I felt it resonate in my chest, a call to arms, a death knell. The ground trembled beneath us, and for a moment, we exchanged glances, eyes wide with the unspeakable terror that danced just out of reach. It was a moment suspended in time, each heartbeat a countdown to the inevitable. I remember the night I first understood the weight of it all. The stars above shimmered like scattered diamonds, yet I felt suffocated by their beauty, knowing the darkness that lurked behind their facade. I had dreamed then, a vision of fire and blood. I saw the earth split, the sky crack open, and from it, a great serpent, Jörmungandr, writhing in fury. It was terrifying and magnificent all at once. But dreams are just shadows of our realities, aren't they? Reflections of our deepest fears. Thrain broke the silence, his voice low, almost reverent. They say Fenrir will break free. The words hung in the air like smoke, curling and twisting, choking the breath from my lungs. Our fates are bound to his. To hear him utter those words sent a shiver racing down my spine, a visceral reminder that we were not only fighting for our lives, but for the souls of the lost, the ghosts of those who had come before us. Era stepped forward, her spirit unyielding, but I could see the tremors in her hands. If we are to face them, we must be stronger than the darkness. We must unite. Her voice crackled with raw emotion, igniting a fire within me. I grasped her hand, and in that simple gesture, I felt the weight of our struggles, our losses, our shared humanity. The shadows grew closer, a creeping inevitability, and as I looked into Era's eyes, I saw a flicker of hope mingled with despair. It reflected my own turmoil, the battle within me that raged louder than the one outside. Could we truly defy destiny? Or were we simply moths drawn to a flame, destined to burn? In that moment, as the air thickened with tension, the horizon erupted in a violent blaze, the first sign of the world shattering. I could hear the distant cries, the clash of steel, the echo of our impending doom. It was both beautiful and horrifying, a symphony of chaos that pulled us further into its maw. I remember the feeling of time stretching and warping as we stood there, suspended between the past and the future. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, each breath the last gasp of a fading dream. We were not just warriors, we were whispers against the roaring tide of fate, flawed, imperfect, yet unyielding. As the darkness descended, I felt it seep into my bones, a chilling reminder that the end was not just a prophecy. It was a certainty lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. The dance of chaos had begun, and we were caught in its relentless grip, three souls entwined in the fight against an unimaginable fate. And as the first stars blinked out of existence, I knew, this was just the beginning. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing not in the heavens, but beneath the earth, where the roots of Yggdrasil entwined with shadows and secrets. I stood there, heart racing, as the ground trembled beneath me. Fear wrapped around my throat like an iron vice, squeezing until I could hardly breathe. Above me, the great tree loomed, a colossal, gnarled sentinel reaching upward, its branches stretching into infinity, intertwining with the fabric of the cosmos itself. The scent of damp earth and ancient wood filled my lungs, grounding me even as panic clawed at my insides. In the distance, a howl echoed, cutting through the silence like a dagger. Fenrir, the monstrous wolf, unleashed from his chains. I could feel the dread seep into my bones as the shadows pulsed with life, whispering names of the 9 realms, Asgard, where the gods dwelled, Midgard, our world, a fragile haven of dirt and dreams, Helheim, the chilling domain of the dead. Each name was a heartbeat, throbbing in my ears, and I was caught in the web of fate, entwined with one character, whose sorrow mirrored my own. Hera, a fierce shield maiden with eyes blazing like twin stars, stood beside me, her hands trembling as she gripped her sword. The weight of her destiny hung heavy in the air, thick like fog. She had seen too much death, felt too much loss. Her heart was a battlefield, scarred and worn. "We have to stop this," she said, her voice a mix of steel and vulnerability, echoing with the weight of unfulfilled promises. "Without Yggdrasil, everything will unravel." I remembered the first time I saw her, fierce and unyielding, charging into battle like a tempest. But now, she stood on the brink, teetering between courage and despair. "What if we lose?" I whispered, the truth slipping from my lips like a broken promise. A flicker of doubt crossed her face, and it chilled me more than any winter night. And there was Thrain, the brooding blacksmith, his heart forged of iron yet cracked like neglected steel. He had loved Hera in a way that burned deep, a flame kept hidden beneath layers of pride and pain. The unspoken words between them hung in the air, heavy as the sword hanging at his side, a promise he couldn't keep. "It's not just about us anymore," he said, the tremor in his voice betraying the storm within. "It's about everything." The ground shuddered again, and I could feel Yggdrasil's pulse, a heartbeat echoing through the realms. I remembered the tales my mother told me, her voice a lullaby woven with shadows. "The world began in darkness," she would say, "and from the void came the light." But now, the darkness felt like a living thing, a beast hungry for the light, and Hera's resolve wavered like a flickering candle flame. "We have to stand together," I urged, each word a desperate plea, but the doubt was a gnawing beast in my chest, tearing at the fragile threads of hope. Each heartbeat echoed with the weight of existence, the gravity of lives intertwined by fate and folly. As the howls grew closer, despair wrapped around us like an old, familiar coat, each of us fighting our own battles within the storm. Hera's eyes locked onto mine, raw and searching. "What if we fail?" she whispered, and the words fell like stones, sinking into the abyss. I could see it, the fear that gripped her heart, the fear of losing everything. I stepped forward, the ground quaking, and took her hand, anchoring her to me. "Even if we fail, we fight together," I said, the fire in my veins igniting as determination coursed through me. Thrain stepped closer, his face a mask of anguish and yearning. "Hera," he said, the name spilling from his lips like a prayer. "If we survive this, I promise, I will stand by you." The air grew heavy with unspoken love, a bond forged in the heat of battle and the cold of loss. She looked at him, and for a moment, time hung suspended, a fragile thread woven through the tapestry of the cosmos. But then the shadows swarmed, and the ground quaked again, a violent shudder that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of existence. The roots of Yggdrasil writhed in agony, and I could almost hear its mournful cry, a lament for the worlds it nurtured, the lives it sheltered. "We have to go," I urged, but the fear in Hera's eyes mirrored my own, a reflection of our unyielding human frailty. "Can we face this?" she asked, her voice trembling, but there was a spark of defiance in her spirit, a flicker of hope that ignited something deep within. The shadows loomed closer, the howls reverberating through the air, and I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down on us. The branches of Yggdrasil swayed, a warning, a plea wrapped in bark and leaves. We must confront the darkness, Thrain said, his voice steady now, as if he had finally found his purpose. For our realms, for those we love. And as we prepared to face the abyss, the air thick with anticipation, I remembered the stories of old, the tales of gods and monsters, of creation and destruction. I remembered the chaos from which all sprang, the delicate balance held within the embrace of Yggdrasil. Would we be the ones to tip the scales, to stand against the tide of fate and wrath? Or would we be just another whisper lost in the wind, another echo swallowed by the void? The ground beneath us trembled, a heartbeat quickening, the shadows swirling with life and malice. Every breath was a prayer, every heartbeat a declaration. We were bound by the threads of our choices, woven into the fabric of the cosmos, and as we stood together, the weight of existence pressed down upon us, a promise forged in fear, hope, and the unyielding belief that even in the darkest of nights, a flicker of light could ignite a flame. And perhaps, in that moment, as the shadows closed in, we could become the legends we once only dreamed of, standing against the darkness that threatened to consume us, not just for ourselves, but for every soul woven into the tapestry of Yggdrasil. The air crackled with tension, sharp as the edge of a blade. I stood amidst a chaos that felt like the heartbeat of the world, a battle between thunder and whispers, where war and fertility collided in a violent embrace. The ground trembled beneath my feet, memories of blood-soaked earth, and the echo of ancient cries swirling in the shadows. I remember the scent of smoke, thick and suffocating, mingled with the earthy tang of sweat and fear. In the distance, the Aesir warriors roared, their voices a symphony of wrath. I could see them silhouetted against the waning sun, their armor gleaming like the teeth of a beast ready to devour. Thor, with his hammer raised high, a storm contained within his fist, his eyes alight with the kind of fury that made my heart race. He was the embodiment of power, yet I sensed a flicker of doubt beneath his bravado, a question lingering in the stormy depths of his soul: was this battle worth the sacrifice? And then there were the Vani, fierce and wild like untamed shadows of the night. Njord, with his sea-blue eyes that held the weight of every wave, stood resolute. He was their king, guardian of fertility, yet I could see the ache in his heart, the burdens that come with ruling, the longing for peace amidst the chaos. He was a poet of the sea, but today he wielded words like daggers. "We do not seek this war," he shouted, but his voice was swallowed by the clash of swords and the cries of his own people. I remember the moment before the clash, the stillness that clung to the air like a predator waiting to pounce. There was a silence so profound, it felt as if even the stars held their breath, suspended in the cosmic void. It was in that heartbeat of time that I caught the gaze of Freyja, her beauty stark against the backdrop of destruction. A goddess of love and war, she stood torn between duty and desire, her heart shackled to both realms. I felt her pulse quicken, a silent prayer for peace laced with the desperate ache of loyalty to her people. "Why must we spill blood?" she cried, her voice rising above the clamor, raw and pleading. "Can we not find a path that does not lead to ruin?" But her words fell like feathers on the storm, a wish against a tide of fate. Chaos erupted, the clash of steel sang a haunting melody, a dirge for what was lost. My heart raced. I could almost taste the fear, the adrenaline coursing through the warriors, each breath a prayer for survival. I felt the heat of the battle, the sweat mingling with the dirt, every face a mask of resolve and terror. I knew, then, that this was not simply a clash of gods. This was an embodiment of the struggle within each of us, the duality of creation and destruction. In the fray, I watched as Njord met Thor, their weapons clashing with the sound of thunder. Power and fertility danced in a dark waltz, each strike echoing the tension between life and death. A flash of anger ignited in Thor's gaze, a flicker of pain in Njord's. It was not merely about land or livestock, it was about pride, history, the ghosts of their ancestors whispering through the blades. "Yield!" Thor bellowed, but there was a tremor in his voice, a flicker of uncertainty. I could see him battling not just his foes, but his own demons. "Yield!" Njord spat, his voice thick with emotion. You've taken everything. What more do you want? It was a cry that resonated deep within, the struggle of a man who has lost his home, his heart, his very essence to the relentless hands of fate. For a fleeting moment, time stretched like a taut string, a whisper of possibility dancing on the edge of the chaos. Freyja stepped forward, her hands raised in a gesture of peace, but the world was deafened by the roar of warriors caught in the maelstrom of rage. Stop, she cried, and the word cut through the air, sharp and pleading, an echo of hope that shattered against the walls of wrath. But the moment passed, slips of fate woven tighter, and the battle surged once more, a tempest of fury. I felt a shiver crawl up my spine as the sky darkened, clouds gathering like an army preparing for siege. The clash of swords became the heartbeat of the universe, a relentless rhythm that spoke of inevitability. I could see faces twisted in agony, the raw emotion that spilled from their souls like blood onto the battlefield. Each warrior was a fragile thread in a tapestry of fate, so beautiful, yet so easily severed. I remember the flashes of memories, dreams tangled with reality, the laughter of children playing in meadows that now lay barren, the warmth of love that had been devoured by shadows of war. I could barely breathe, the weight of it all pressing down like a shroud, heavy and suffocating. The realization clawed at my insides. This was a cycle. War begetting war, love turning to ashes beneath the heel of vengeance. And then, amidst the chaos, I caught a glimpse of Freyja, her face illuminated by the flickering light of the dying sun. She was a goddess caught between the arms of two worlds, war and fertility, each one vying for her allegiance. Pain etched lines across her brow, as she fought to reconcile the chaos around her with the yearning for rebirth that lay deep within. I could feel her heart, a drumbeat of hope in a world teetering on the brink of destruction. Do not forget what we are fighting for, she implored, her voice barely a whisper against the tide of clashing steel. Life will always seek to rise, even from the ashes of despair. But the thunder of war drowned her out, the universe spun on its axis, and the shadows grew longer, darker, more ominous. I stood frozen, caught in the eye of the storm, holding my breath as the weight of the world pressed upon me. The gods clashed, light and dark, the cycle of creation and destruction playing out in a grand theater of violence. The echoes of that fateful day would linger, a reminder that within the depths of every heart lies the potential for both creation and devastation. War raged on, but even amidst the chaos, a flicker of hope remained, an unbroken thread, waiting to be woven into the tapestry of life once more. And as I stood there, breathless, I knew the story would continue, spiraling into the shadows and light of what was to come. The air crackled with electric tension, the kind that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. A storm brewed in the skies, dark and brooding, as if the very gods themselves held their breath. The weight of their fate pressed down like lead. In the heart of Asgard, Odin stood alone, a lone silhouette against the tempest, his one eye gleaming with a ferocity that spoke of both wisdom and madness. He could feel the pulse of the cosmos thrum beneath his feet, a heartbeat that echoed the chaos swirling around him. I remember the whispers, he muttered, clutching Gungnir, his spear, as if it were a lifeline. The voices of long-gone warriors echoed in his mind, their screams and laughter mingling, forming a chorus of longing that clawed at his soul. Here, in this moment, he felt the weight of eternity. Every choice, every sacrifice, haunted him. The price of knowledge had been steep, but to govern was to bear witness to the abyss, and now that abyss stared back. Thor, his son, the thunder god, charged into the scene, lightning crackling from his hammer, Mjolnir. There was a wildness in his eyes, a youthful rage that was both terrifying and exhilarating. Father, we must confront Loki. His trickery has plunged us into chaos. His voice boomed, reverberating through the air like the roll of distant thunder. The tension between father and son was palpable, a storm of unresolved conflict that mirrored the raging skies above. I know, Thor. Odin's voice was a low growl, rich with an age-old weariness. But confronting Loki is like trying to cage a tempest. He is both our greatest threat and our deepest bond. A crack of lightning illuminated the depths of Odin's face, revealing lines carved by countless battles and burdens. There was love, yes, but there was also fear, a fear of losing not just Loki, but the very essence of what made them family. Thor clenched his fists, his heart pounding like the drums of war. What if he is lost to us forever? He toys with fate, Father. He revels in our pain. The thunder god's voice cracked, revealing the raw vulnerability beneath his bravado. He was strong, but in this moment, he felt small, a child in the shadow of a god. I remember the laughter, the games we played. Loki's voice echoed in the distance, a haunting melody that wrapped around them like smoke. He appeared as if summoned from the depths of their fears, the trickster god clad in shadows, eyes flickering with mischief and sorrow. Oh, my beloved brother, do you not see? Chaos is where I thrive. It is my birthright. Loki's presence was intoxicating, a bittersweet poison that filled the air. He was both jester and serpent, the spark of brilliance and the shadow of betrayal. You fear me, Thor, yet you crave the thrill of the chase. I bring excitement. I bring life. His laughter rang out, mocking yet tinged with something deeper, something tragic. There was a flicker of pain behind his eyes, a wound that never healed. With every heartbeat, the distance between them shrank, the gravity of their shared history pulling them together like moths to a flame. Each man, father, son, brother, held within him the weight of their lineage, their stories intertwining like vines, beautiful yet suffocating. Thunder rumbled, shaking the ground beneath their feet, a warning of the storm to come. You think this is a game? Thor's voice rose, sharp as the storm's edge. You play with lives, with destinies. You think you can manipulate it all and walk away unscathed. Loki's smile faded, revealing the cracks in his facade. And what if I cannot? What if I am just a shadow, forever chasing the light? His voice was laced with despair, a vulnerability that pierced through the bravado. I do not want to be your enemy, Thor. I have been cast as the villain in every tale, but I am still your brother. Can you not see the chains that bind me? The silence that followed was deafening, a chasm that opened between them. Odin watched, heart aching, as his sons faced one another. Each of them flawed, each of them burdened. Thor, the warrior, strong yet insecure, desperate for approval. Loki, the trickster, brilliant yet broken, forever caught between laughter and tears. I remember the warmth of our childhood, Odin said suddenly, voice trembling. The way you both would chase the stars and dance beneath the moonlight. We were once unbreakable. His voice cracked, a raw emotion spilling from his heart. Now, we stand on the precipice of destruction. The Ragnarok looms closer. It is not too late for us, for all of us. Loki stepped back, the weight of his past crashing over him like a wave. But what if I am doomed to bring ruin? What if chaos is the only legacy I can leave behind? No. Thor thundered, fists raised, his own fears spilling out in a torrent of rage. You are not a monster, Loki. You are my brother. You can choose to stand with us or against us. Each word struck like lightning, igniting the very air around them. The storm above intensified, a reflection of their turmoil. As Odin raised Gungnir, the spear shimmered in the darkened sky, a beacon of hope amid the chaos. We can fight together, or we can be torn apart. But know this, love binds us, even in the darkest of times. We can change our fate. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The cosmos held its breath, waiting for the decision that could change everything. Would they succumb to despair? Would they embrace the cycle of violence and betrayal? Or could they forge a new path, one shaped by their shared blood and burdens. As the storm raged on, the tension hung thick in the air, every heartbeat echoing like the drum of war. The choices lay before them, shimmering with the weight of destiny. And in the shadows, something sinister stirred, watching, waiting, an omen of the reckoning to come. The night deepened, its darkness rich with promise and peril. Bound by love and grief, hope and betrayal, they stood at the edge of an abyss, poised to leap into the unknown. The clash of souls was inevitable, and as the storm swallowed the last echoes of their words, they knew this was only the beginning. The moon hung low, a bleached eye in the sky, watching over the tangled streets of a forgotten city. Shadows danced in the narrow alleys, where brick walls whispered secrets too heavy for the light. Beneath its haunting glare, a woman stood, her breath like smoke, swirling with desperation. Freya, a woman of iron and silk, felt the weight of fate pressing down on her. This night was not like any other, it crackled with the electricity of inevitability. Her heart raced, pounding against her ribcage, as if trying to break free. She remembered the Norns, those ancient weavers of destiny, sitting at the base of Yggdrasil, the world tree, spinning threads of fate with hands both delicate and cruel. Would they weave her story tonight? Would they spin her life into something beautiful, or shred it into despair? She clenched her fists, nails biting into her palms. The choice, she knew, was never hers. Across the dimly lit square, a man stood, Eric, the boy she once loved. Now he was a ghost of that affection, a shadow cast by choices made in the heat of urgency and fear. He leaned against a crumbling column, his face shadowed but unmistakably broken, like a vessel cracked at sea. Freya, he breathed, a name heavy with regret, drifting through the air like ash from a dying fire. You shouldn't be here. But she had to be here. Her veins pulsed with a mix of longing and fury. You think I'm afraid? The words escaped her lips with the force of a storm, but inside her, a tempest raged, threatening to drown her in sorrow. You think I'll hide from what's coming? Eric stepped closer, his eyes dark pools of anguish. You don't understand. The Norns, they can't be trusted. They'll twist your fate, turn it against you. He reached out, his fingers brushing against her arm, igniting a spark of warmth in the cold night. But warmth felt like a mockery now, a fleeting comfort in a reality that threatened to consume them both. I remember, she whispered, the words tumbling out like leaves caught in a sudden gust of wind. I remember when we believed we could outrun our fates. Memories tugged at her like old wounds. The laughter they shared, the dreams they spun together in the moonlight, were now fragments of a life that seemed to belong to someone else. What happened to us, Eric? The question hung in the air, a fragile thing, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. He turned away, the muscles in his back tightening, as if bracing against the truth he could not bear. Life happened, he said, and there was a bitterness in his voice, sharp as broken glass. We were too young, too reckless. The Norns saw us, and they didn't like what they saw. What do you mean? The dread unfurled in her stomach, twisting like a serpent. The Norns had been watching, those three women of fate, ancient as time and as unyielding as granite. They've cursed us. Not cursed. It's more complicated. Eric's fingers ran through his disheveled hair, a gesture of frustration. They don't just dictate our paths. They play with our hearts like puppeteers. The wind howled, a banshee's wail cutting through the silence, and Freya felt the cold bite of fear. She could see them now, the Norns, their faces veiled in shadows, their laughter echoing through the corridors of her mind. They danced around her dreams, spinning threads of possibility and despair, snipping the ties that bound her to hope. What will they take from us? Everything, he said, the intensity in his voice slicing through the fog. They'll take everything and leave us with scraps, memories that gnaw at our souls. But she could not let it end like this. I refuse, she declared, the fire in her spirit igniting, consuming the remnants of fear. I'll confront them. I'll demand a different fate. Every heartbeat thrummed with rebellion, each pulse a promise to herself. The Norns could not dictate who she was, or what she would become. Eric's eyes widened, a mix of admiration and dread. Freya, please. You don't know what you're asking. They don't just weave threads, they unravel existence itself. And in that moment, she saw it, the future laid bare before her, a vision painted in strokes of darkness and light. She felt the weight of time pressing down, the clock ticking ominously in the distance, echoing like a death knell. She was nothing if not human, flawed and fierce. I remember the stories, Eric, she said, each word deliberate. The heroes who faced the Norns and forged their destinies anew. Can't we be like them? Those are just tales, he said, his voice a soft plea, a siren song trying to pull her back from the precipice. Those heroes are gone, leaving only shadows behind. What makes you think we're different? Because she had to believe they were different. The thought gnawed at her, like a dog with a bone, refusing to let go. Maybe it's not about being different, she replied, her voice steady. Maybe it's about being brave enough to face the darkness. The shadows around them thickened, wrapping them in an embrace that felt both comforting and suffocating. The Norns were close, she could sense them, weaving in and out of the fabric of her resolve, their threads intertwining, thickening the air with tension. Each heartbeat was a countdown, and with each tick, the weight of fate pressed harder against her chest. I won't let them take you, Eric said suddenly, his voice fierce, a low thunder rumbling through the night. Whatever it costs, I won't let them take you. There was a strength in his words, but also a vulnerability that cut deeply. The air crackled with unspoken promises, the fragility of their bond hanging perilously. Freya felt a flicker of warmth in her chest, but it was quickly extinguished by the looming shadows. We have to face them together, she urged, her heart racing with urgency. I can't do this alone. Eric's hand found hers, fingers intertwining, a lifeline in the storm. Then we'll face them together, he breathed, a vow wrapped in desperation. But even as they clung to each other, the world around them shifted, darkening, the air thickening with an unnameable dread. In the distance, she heard the echoes of laughter, mocking, cruel, as if the Norns were already celebrating their impending defeat. In that moment, Freya understood the true cost of confronting fate. Love, fear, hope, and despair all coiled together in a deadly dance, an intricate tapestry woven by hands unseen. And the moon, that indifferent watcher, continued to cast its cold light over the city, a silent witness to their struggle, their heartbeats mingling with the ticking clock, as the weight of destiny bore down upon them, an unrelenting force that demanded to be reckoned with. With resolve crystallizing in her mind, Freya took a step forward, her pulse quickening, a warrior rising against fate, and in the heart of darkness, she prepared to weave her own destiny, one thread at a time. The wind howled like a banshee through the towering pines, each gust a reminder of the world unraveling at its seams. I stood in the clearing, breath hitching in my throat, watching as the sky darkened to an unnatural hue. Shadows danced like restless spirits, whispering secrets only the dead would comprehend. I shivered, not from the chill that settled deep in my bones, but from the deep-seated terror that gripped my heart. This wasn't just the shift of seasons, this was the foreboding of something monumental, something ancient rising from the ashes of forgotten nightmares. Astrid, my sister, was beside me. A wildness burned in her eyes, an intoxicating mix of defiance and dread. It's coming, isn't it? She said, voice trembling, as if she herself were a fragile leaf swaying in a tempest. I could feel her fear, a tangible thing, heavy and suffocating. The air crackled with tension, and I wanted to reach out, to tell her that everything would be all right, but how could I when each heartbeat echoed the truth, that something wicked this way comes. 3 signs, 3 harbingers of doom, had been etched into our fate like scars on our souls. The first, a serpent so massive it coiled around the earth, its scales glistening with the promise of chaos. It slithered through time, unseen yet omnipresent, wrapping tighter, squeezing the life from our hopes. The second, a wolf, colossal and insatiable. It prowled the edges of our dreams, gnawing on the bones of our fears, leaving only echoes of despair in its wake. The last, a fading sun, bleeding its light into an endless void, leaving us shrouded in shadows. I could feel the weight of these omens pressing down on us, heavy as a leaden sky. Remember when we were kids? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The memory hung between us, a fragile thread woven into the fabric of this dark moment. When we believed the world was safe, that nothing could touch us. Astrid nodded, the flicker of a smile crossing her lips, but it was bittersweet, a ghost of childlike innocence long buried. We were so naive, she replied, her laughter tinged with sorrow. Suddenly, the earth trembled beneath our feet, a deep rumble that resonated through the marrow of our bones. It's here! Astrid cried out, her eyes wide with terror. I reached for her hand, our fingers entwining like the roots of a great tree trying to hold on against the tempest. The ground split open, jagged and raw, and from the chasm emerged a figure cloaked in shadows, a harbinger of the end, a specter of our worst fears made flesh. I felt my heart race, pounding like a war drum in my chest. It was not just the figure that filled me with dread, but the realization that it was born of our own making. The choices, the paths we'd walked, the silent screams we'd buried deep, they had all fed into this moment, had conjured the beast that now stood before us. The specter raised its hand, and the air thickened with despair, a suffocating fog that wrapped itself around my throat, squeezing tight. Fight or flight? I thought, a primal instinct clawing at my core. But how could we fight something that felt so inevitable? My mind raced, a cacophony of memories colliding like meteors, each one reminding me of the fragility of life. I remembered our mother's laughter echoing through the halls, her warmth like sunlight on our skin. I remembered the day she fell silent, the day shadows crept into our home, and the laughter turned to whispers of the dead. Run! I screamed, adrenaline surging through me like wildfire. Astrid hesitated, eyes locked on the specter, but I pulled her forward, our feet pounding against the earth in a frantic rhythm. We sprinted deeper into the woods, the branches clawing at us like the hands of the damned. Behind us, the laughter of the shadows trailed like the ghost of a promise unfulfilled, a haunting melody that echoed through the trees. The forest was alive with a cacophony of sounds, the crackling of leaves underfoot, the distant rumble of thunder, the growl of that insatiable wolf lurking just beyond the edges of our vision. Each step brought me closer to madness, the rhythm of my heart syncing with the drumbeat of doom. I knew we had to confront the signs, to face the omens head-on, or be consumed by the darkness. Do you think we can change our fate? Astrid gasped, breathless and wild. I wanted to tell her yes, that we could rewrite the stars, but the truth hung heavy in my throat like a boulder. The serpent coiled tighter, the wolf drew closer. We have to try, I said, determination seeping into my bones like the sunlight breaking through storm clouds. It was a flicker of hope, delicate yet fierce against the encroaching abyss. In the depths of our desperation, we stumbled upon a clearing, a sanctuary bathed in an ethereal glow. The moon hung low, casting a silvery light that painted the world in shades of twilight. It was here we would confront the signs, the shadows, the awful truth that had woven itself into our lives. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of destiny pressing down upon us, but in this moment, surrounded by the whispers of the cosmos, I felt a strange calm wash over me. Together, I whispered, squeezing Astrid's hand tighter. No matter what. Her eyes, filled with a fierce resolve, met mine, and for the first time, I saw not fear, but an unyielding strength that shimmered like a beacon in the dark. As we stood together, two imperfect souls waging war against a fate they had not chosen, the signs of Ragnarok loomed overhead, ominous and insatiable. But we would face them together. The shadows might dance and the earth may quake, but we were alive, and in that pulse of existence, we would not go gently into the night. A howl pierced the silence, a chilling reminder that the wolf was upon us. Yet here, under the watchful gaze of the moon, we finally stood ready. Ready to confront the signs, ready to hold the darkness at bay, ready to fight for the light. The confrontation ahead would be the test of our souls, the reckoning of our past, yet in that moment, the weight of the world faded, replaced by the promise of a battle that would echo through the ages. The snow fell in thick curtains, swirling around them like angry ghosts as the wind howled. Lydia stumbled, her boots sinking into the drifts, a frigid reminder of the despair closing in. The air crackled with tension, a tangible weight that pressed against her chest, as if the world itself held its breath. She could feel the cold seeping into her bones, a chill that transcended the icy landscape, wrapping around her heart. They had called it Fimbulwinter, the great winter before the end, and with every falling flake, every gust of wind, it felt more prophetic, more inevitable. "Lydia! Keep moving," shouted Jonas, his voice nearly lost in the tempest. He was a silhouette against the whirling snow, determined yet terrified, the lines of worry etched into his face where laughter once thrived. They had been friends once, no, something more, before the weight of what they were facing pulled them apart. He had been her anchor, but now he felt like a distant star, flickering and cold, and she struggled to remember warmth. "I remember laughter," she whispered, the words swallowed by the storm. "I remember when we thought we could outlast anything." The memories were fragments, splintering like broken glass beneath her feet, but they stabbed at her heart with a bittersweet sting. Hope was the cruelest joke, and she was the punchline. Ahead, a figure loomed, dark against the swirling white. Marek. His eyes were wild, unrecognizable, as if he had danced with madness, and come back with shadows clinging to his skin. "We need to find shelter," he shouted, desperation spilling from his lips. "We can't let the cold take us. Not like this." There was a tremor in his voice, one that betrayed the bravado he tried to hold. He was a soldier, forged in the fires of battles long past, but this was not a war fought with swords. It was a war against the very essence of life. "I remember the sun," Marek said, his voice cracking like thin ice. "I remember heat on my skin." The sadness in his eyes, hot and liquid, threatened to spill over. That longing, that yearning for warmth, made her heart clench. They were all ghosts of who they once were. Each of them had lost something in this relentless winter. The wind howled like a banshee, and they pressed on, moving in a blur of white and gray, each footfall a reminder of the desperation clawing at their insides. It was the warmth they craved, but it was also the connection, the quiet exchange of glances, the unspoken bonds that had frayed under the weight of isolation. "Lydia!" Jonas called again, but the sound seemed to get lost in the whirling chaos. She turned back, her heart racing, only to find him standing still, a statue against the storm. "Look! There!" His hand pointed to a dark shape in the distance, a flicker of refuge, a promise of safety. They stumbled toward it, but the ground was treacherous, and each step felt like a betrayal. "Stay close," Marek hissed, gripping Lydia's arm with a fierce intensity. "We can't afford to lose anyone." The urgency in his voice was a knife, cutting through the fog of fear that wrapped around them. She could feel his anxiety, shaking, radiating like a beacon in the night. As they neared the shelter, the world fell silent. The winds quieted, leaving only the sound of their gasping breaths and the crunch of snow beneath their feet. It was eerie, a stillness that felt wrong. The dark shape loomed larger, and as they stepped inside, the warmth was like a forgotten embrace, wrapping around them with a shocking intensity. It was a cabin, aged and worn, the walls whispering stories of a time before, the way the world had been raked through with sunlight and laughter. But even within those wooden walls, an unsettling feeling crept in. Shadows clung to the corners, and the fire crackled like brittle bones, each pop a reminder of the fragility of their existence. What if the winter is just the beginning? Marek mused, his voice like gravel. What if the world has gone mad, and we're just the last echoes of sanity? Lydia's heart sank. I remember the day it began, she murmured, her voice barely a breath. The sky darkened, and the sun hid away, leaving us to wander in the cold. It had been a slow descent, a creeping terror that fogged their senses. Jonas, seated in front of the fire, looked lost. What if we can't go back? What if we're just stuck? His vulnerability cracked open something deep within her. They were all lost, adrift in a world that felt like it was being swallowed whole. For a fleeting moment, she wanted to reach out, to touch his arm, to remind him of the warmth they once shared. They had been warriors of joy, defenders of laughter. Now, they were merely survivors. The cabin creaked, a solitary sigh that echoed in the silence. Shadows danced like memories on the walls, and the cold seeped back in, clinging to their skin. Marek knelt by the fire, his expression a mask of urgency. We can't rest long. The night is still young, and the frost doesn't sleep. An unease settled in Lydia's gut, the weight of unspoken fears filling the air like an unwelcome guest. What if we can't last, she said, the words tasting of despair. The frost had twisted their reality, turning hope into an empty husk. I remember the stars, Jonas said, his voice distant. I remember believing we were part of something greater. The flickering light caught in his eyes, a glimmer of that belief still alive, fighting against the encroaching darkness. And in that moment, as the shadows shifted and the cabin groaned, the weight of Fimbulwinter hung heavy, a reminder that within the silence, within the stillness, a storm was brewing, ready to erupt with the force of 1,000 forgotten dreams. The sky bled crimson, as if the world itself was torn apart, its veins spilling into the void above. A howl, guttural and raw, echoed through the remnants of civilization, reverberating off the cold steel of abandoned skyscrapers. It was the sound of Fenrir awakening, a harbinger of darkness rising, igniting something primal deep within me. I stood at the edge of the city, heart racing, the acrid scent of smoke stinging my nostrils, the remnants of a life I once knew, now reduced to ash. Memories flickered like dying embers, laughter, love, warmth, each one now tainted by the chill that tightened around my throat like a noose. And there was Soren, shattered and fierce, his frame silhouetted against the dying light. He was a tempest of raw emotion, a storm caught between rage and despair. His eyes burned with a wild intensity, and I knew he was battling demons far scarier than the ones prowling the night. We can't let it happen, he screamed, his voice slicing through the air like a knife. Not again. The weight of his conviction pulled at my insides. I remembered a softer time, when he smiled, when we believed we could change the world with our hands. Those days felt like ghosts. They slipped through my fingers like water, leaving behind only the bitter taste of regret. But Soren, what if we're too late? The words came out choked, heavy with the uncertainty gnawing at my gut. He turned, eyes glistening with unshed tears. Then we fight. We fight until there's nothing left. His words hung in the air, a promise and a curse. The shadows danced around us, flickering with the faintest hint of salvation or doom. Behind us, the city held a mournful tune, the echo of Fenrir rising like a crescendo. The streets lay in ruin, debris scattered like lost dreams. A part of me wanted to flee, to run from the shadow that loomed ever larger, but another part, a darker part, yearned for chaos. I remembered the nights we'd spent under the stars, dreaming of heroism, of legends forged in battle. But here, in this moment, that dream felt like a cruel joke. Do you think it remembers us? I asked, my voice barely a whisper, lost beneath the howl of the wind. The mention of Fenrir sent shivers dancing down my spine. It was more than a creature. It was a force that thrived on destruction, on despair. It remembers, Soren replied, his voice low and steady, yet laced with an edge of fear. It always remembers. His fists clenched, knuckles white against the backdrop of a world unraveling. I could see the flicker of doubt in the depths of his soul, the same doubt that clawed at my own heart. From the shadows emerged Lyra, fragile yet fierce, a beam of brightness amidst the encroaching darkness. Her presence was electric, a reminder of the human spirit's resilience. We have to go. Now. Her urgency wrapped around us, a life raft in a stormy sea. She was like a candle flickering in the depths of despair, yet every time the wind howled, I feared it would extinguish completely. The three of us stood, united in our shared fear, yet divided by our own conflicts. Lyra had seen too much. Her past was a tapestry woven with loss and heartache. I could see it etched on her face, the way she flinched at the shadows, how she looked at me with a mixture of hope and desperation. What if we can stop it? I asked, my voice trembling. Her eyes locked onto mine, filled with a flickering flame of determination. Then we find a way. We have to believe we can. Fenrir's howl pierced the air again, a sound that seemed to shake the very ground beneath us. It was a siren's call, echoing through my bones, reminding me of the nightmarish tales spun around campfires, of fate and prophecy, of battles fought and lost. Those stories felt more real than the dying city surrounding us, more real than the love we had for one another, and the fear that consumed us. As we sprinted through the rubble, I could feel the weight of my own heart, a drumbeat of fear and hope that kept time with our desperate steps. I remembered nights spent dreaming, weaving fantasies of bravery, of standing against the darkness. But now, the reality was far more terrifying. Every shadow stretched long, every sound amplified, echoing in the hollow spaces of my mind. Keep moving. Soren shouted, urgency lacing his tone as we veered through the labyrinth of the ruins. My breath came in ragged gasps, the air thick with smoke and despair. I wanted to reach out to him, to anchor him, and myself, to something real, something that wouldn't shatter under the weight of Fenrir's wrath. We rounded a corner, and there it was, a glimmer, a hint of what was left of humanity's hope. A sanctuary, perhaps, a place where we could gather our strength, if only for a moment. I could feel the pull of fate, a thread woven with echoes of laughter and whispers of dreams, urging us forward. We can do this together, I said, my voice trembling but resolute, as if the very act of speaking could conjure the courage we needed. Together we surged forward, hearts pounding in unison, running toward the unknown. Behind us, Fenrir's howl echoed once more, a heartbeat of the apocalypse, relentless and thundering. It was a sound that promised chaos, a reminder that we were fighting against something ancient and powerful. But in that moment, we were alive, raw, vulnerable, and unbreakable. And as we plunged into the shadows, the chaos remained, a promise of what was to come, loomed ahead, and the fear intertwined with the hope, an eternal dance of light and dark. The story was far from over, in fact, it was only just beginning. The night was a living thing, breathing down the necks of those who dared to linger in the shadows. A dense fog crept across the cobblestone streets of the old town, wrapping its icy fingers around the hearts of the few brave enough to venture out. The air felt charged, electric, as if the very fabric of the world was holding its breath, waiting for something unfathomable to break the silence. And in the distance, a low, throbbing sound, like the pulse of a dying star, echoed through the darkness, filling the listeners with dread. It wasn't thunder or the roar of an engine, it was the awakening of Jörmungandr, the Midgard serpent, coiling beneath the surface of reality, hungry and restless. Myra stood at the edge of the dock, her gaze fixed on the inky water, a mirror reflecting nothing but the infinite. She could feel it in her bones, this sense of impending doom that seemed to hang in the air like a promise of destruction. She remembered her mother's stories, whispered late at night when shadows danced on the walls. The serpent will rise, she'd said, her voice trembling, and when it does, the world will tremble with it. Now, standing here in this very moment, Myra felt the weight of those words, heavy and suffocating. Are you listening? A voice cut through her reverie, sharp as a knife. It was Eric, his brow furrowed with anxiety. He stood beside her, arms crossed defensively, his body tense. They had grown up together, side by side, sharing every secret and sorrow. Yet tonight, an abyss lay between them, an unspoken fear tethering their hearts. I remember, she whispered, the stories. I remember how we laughed at the old legends, how they seemed so far away. Her voice quivered, a fragile thing caught in the storm of her emotions. But now it feels real. Eric's eyes darkened. We can't let it happen. We have to do something. His words crashed against her like waves against a cliff, full of desperation. But what could they do? They were just children in a world that had forgotten how to fight the shadows. As the fog thickened, a sudden chill wrapped around them, a ghostly caress that made Myra shiver. She dared to look into the water again, and for a moment, she thought she saw it. A glimmering shape, vast and undulating, slithering just beneath the surface. Panic gripped her heart, squeezing until the air felt thin. Did you see that? She gasped, gripping Eric's arm as if he were her lifeline. He faltered, eyes wide with terror, and for that heartbeat, they were bound together in fear, their shared resolve flickering like a candle in the wind. But deep down, she could see it in him, the same seeds of doubt that had taken root in her own heart. What if they were too late? What if the serpent had already awakened? The ground beneath them trembled, a low growl resonating from the depths of the ocean. It was an ominous reminder that time was slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. They had to act, but the fear was a living thing, wrapping itself around their throats, squeezing tighter as the darkness loomed larger. I can't do this without you, she admitted, her voice breaking. What if we fail? Then we fail together, Eric replied, his voice steadying in the face of the abyss. But we have to try. For everyone. The fire in his eyes ignited something within her, a flicker of hope that pushed against the despair. But the truth clawed at the edges of her mind. What kind of world could they save? The laughter of children had faded, replaced by the echoes of fear and mistrust. The walls they had built around their hearts were crumbling, and with them, the fragile facade of safety. As the serpent stirred, so too did the darkness within humanity, greed, betrayal, and the insatiable thirst for power. Jörmungandr was not just a monster lurking in the depths. It was the embodiment of all the nightmares they had tried to forget. It whispered in the crevices of their minds, reminding them of every moment they had turned away from the truth. The serpent carried the weight of their sins, coiling tighter around the very world they loved. I remember the stories, yes, Myra murmured, her breath catching in her throat. But it feels different now. It feels like the end. Suddenly, a massive wave crashed against the dock, sending icy water spraying against them. The force of it jolted her back to reality, heart racing like a drum in her chest. The waters roiled, and she could hear it then, an otherworldly growl that seemed to resonate from the depths of the earth itself. It was a sound that pulled at the threads of her sanity, threatening to unravel everything she thought she knew. Eric grabbed her hand, his grip fierce and unwavering. We need to go back. Now. The urgency in his voice was a lifeline, a tether pulling her back from the edge of despair. But as they turned, the ground quaked with a fierceness that stole their breath. In that moment, time fragmented. Memories collided in a dizzying whirl, her mother's laughter, the sun-soaked days of innocence, the fading echoes of childhood dreams. And at the heart of it all was Jörmungandr, the serpent, the dark harbinger of chaos and destruction, swallowing their memories whole. Myra's heart raced, not just from fear, but from a longing to reclaim what was slipping away. This isn't just about us, she gasped, the realization flooding her with an intoxicating mix of dread and purpose. It's about everyone. We can't let it win. Eric nodded, his face set with determination. Then we fight, he declared, and she felt a surge of something fierce rising within her. It was a rebellion against the darkness, a cry to the heavens that refused to be silenced. As they sprinted back toward the heart of the town, the fog began to thin, revealing glimpses of a city unrecognizable, one on the brink of chaos, shadows dancing menacingly in the flickering streetlights. With every step, the weight of their choices pressed down on them, thrumming like a heartbeat. They ran, breathless and wild, into the night, chased by shadows that whispered secrets and fears. The serpent stirred beneath the waves, a reminder that the fight was just beginning. And somewhere in the vast depths where night met the horizon, the threat loomed, waiting for the moment to strike. In the distance, they could hear the roar of the serpent, a call to arms, a symphony of doom and defiance. Time stretched and twisted, and with each heartbeat, they moved closer to a confrontation that would shatter everything. The darkness might rise, but so too would they, fueled by a fire that refused to be extinguished. And in that moment, beneath the weight of the world and the promise of the serpent's wrath, they understood. They were not just fighting for survival. They were fighting for the light, a flicker in the depths of despair, an echo of hope that would resonate through the ages. A roar echoed through the icy chasms of Jotunheim, a sound that twisted the very fabric of the air, sending fractures of fear rippling through the hearts of all who dared to listen. It was a battle cry, primal and untamed, as the giants gathered amidst the shadows, their silhouettes stark against the pale moonlight. Among them stood Hrimthurs, towering and fierce, with skin like cracked stone and eyes that glowed with an ancient fire. He was a monument of rage and sorrow, forever caught in the tempest of his own making. Here, every moment swirled with intensity, a maelstrom of chaos waiting to erupt. I remember, he whispered, the words a tortured echo. I remember the taste of ashes on my tongue, the bitterness of betrayal. He could see her, Astrid, the one who had once filled his heart with light, now a distant memory, a ghost haunting the ruins of his soul. She had chosen the gods over him, their laughter over his darkness, and that choice gnawed at him like a relentless beast. As the wild winds swept through the jagged peaks of Jotunheim, he felt the weight of vengeance settle upon his shoulders, cold and unyielding. But he was not alone. Nearby, Skadi stood, poised and fierce, her bow taut against her shoulder, eyes narrowed against the biting chill. She was a warrior, forged in the heavy fires of loss and determination. In the depths of her heart, she carried the burden of 1,000 scars, each one a reminder of the world's cruelty. Fight for your pain, she breathed, a mantra that fueled her spirit. She, too, felt the heartache of betrayal. It pulsed like a living thing within her chest. The gods had taken her father, leaving her stranded in a world that felt like a cruel jest. In that chilling silence, a tremor of dread shivered through the air. The giants were restless, their colossal forms shifting like mountains ready to crumble. They were allies of chaos, yes, but they were also bound by an unspoken code, a desire for something greater than revenge. Hrimthurs felt it, a spark of camaraderie igniting between the fractured souls gathered before him. They were misfits, each carrying their own burdens, yet here they stood, united against a common enemy, the gods who had long forgotten them. Do you see them? Skadi asked, her voice a blade cutting through the tension. The stars? They are watching us. She pointed to the sky, where the constellations flickered like distant dreams. In that moment, time seemed to stretch, the cosmos swirling around them like a dark cloak. The giants were restless, and she could feel the pulse of their desires thrumming in the very marrow of her bones. They will come for us. They always do. Hrimthurs clenched his fists, the sound echoing like thunder. Let them come, he growled, defiance coursing through him. Let them feel the weight of our fury. The ghosts of their pasts loomed large, but so too did the promise of a reckoning. The air crackled with energy, the tension thick as fog, wrapping around them like an embrace of shadows. Time spun in fragments, memories flitting through their minds like fireflies in the dark. Hrimthur saw flashes of laughter, moments stolen in secret. Astrid's smile haunted him, her laughter a melody that danced just out of reach. I remember the warmth of her touch, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. But warmth is a distant memory now, replaced by frostbite and betrayal. Skadi felt her heart twist at his words. In a world so cold, where loyalty was as fickle as the wind, how could one cling to such memories? You cannot let the past consume you, she said, her voice steady. The world is full of darkness, but we must become the storm. She felt the weight of her own losses pressing down like a stone, the specter of her father's death reminding her that vengeance was a ravenous beast. But in her heart, she also held a flicker of hope, a yearning for a world where pain transformed into power. The giants surged forward, their footsteps shaking the ground, the air vibrating with their unyielding spirit. In the distance, an ominous shape approached, a dark mass against the night, a harbinger of chaos. The gods are coming, Hrimthur growled, his voice a low rumble. The giants felt it in their bones, a sensation as familiar as the gnawing hunger for revenge. Then we will show them who we are, Skadi shouted, the fire of her spirit igniting like a wildfire. She raised her bow, the moonlight glinting off its surface. Today, we stand not as the Forsaken, but as guardians of our own destiny. We are the storms that will shatter their heavens. And with that, they charged into the fray, a collective roar rising to the sky, breaking the silence with the fury of 1,000 storms. Hrimthur felt the adrenaline coursing through him, a torrent of emotion and raw power. The ground trembled beneath their feet as they raced into the chaos, the weight of their grief transforming into a battle cry that echoed across the icy plains. In that heart-stopping moment, as they surged forward, the air thick with impending violence, Hrimthur understood. They were redefining their existence. No longer merely giants of despair, they would become titans of vengeance. And within that maelstrom of emotions, anger, loss, hope, they found purpose. But within the chaos, shadows lurked, whispering secrets of betrayal and sorrow. The conflict was not merely against the gods. It was a battle against the demons within, the ghosts of their pasts that clung to them like chains. And as the giants faced the oncoming storm, they would have to confront not just the forces that sought to destroy them, but the despair that threatened to consume their very souls. The darkness loomed closer, and every heartbeat echoed with the promise of reckoning, a confrontation that would shake the very foundations of the world. The giants surged forward, united in their chaos, and as the air thickened with anticipation, they dared to dream of a future forged in fire, where their pain would transform into an unyielding power. The battle was just beginning. The air was thick with the scent of decay and forgotten memories, a pallor that clung to the skin like a second layer of grime. I stood on the precipice of hell, a world drenched in sepulchral shadows, where the cries of the lost mingled with the whispers of the living. A chill ran down my spine as I caught the faint sounds of laughter echoing from the depths, a haunting melody that twisted my gut and stirred a deep unease. Was it madness to chase after the echoes of those who had long since slipped beneath the veil? I remember the flicker of torches casting long, skeletal shadows against the stone walls, their flames dancing like the souls trapped within. Each step felt like a betrayal of the living, a step into the abyss where the boundaries of life and death blurred. I was not alone. Emilia, her eyes a stormy sea, stood beside me, her breath shallow. She had come searching for her brother, lost to the darkness that claimed many. They said he was gone, she whispered, her tone laced with disbelief, but I can still feel him. Her fingers clenched tightly around a fraying piece of fabric, a remnant of a life once vibrant. I knew that desperation. It was a marrow-deep ache, the kind that gnawed at your insides until it hollowed you out. Each heartbeat echoed louder in the silence, a reminder of what she stood to lose. Then there was Magnus, his face a chiseled mask of defiance, but I could see the cracks beneath. You can't save them all, he spat, anger spilling over like a broken dam. He had lost his family, one by one, to the insatiable maw of hell. You're just chasing ghosts. His voice trembled, a mix of rage and grief that hung heavy in the air. I knew his pain, an old companion that wrapped around my heart like a vice, squeezing tighter every time I saw the flicker of hope in Amelia's eyes. Ghosts are all we have left, Amelia shot back, her voice fierce, a spark igniting in the cold. The tension crackled between them, a living thing, a twisted dance of sorrow and rage that threatened to engulf us all. I felt their emotions coil and twist, each moment pregnant with unspoken words, haunted by the weight of what had been lost and the fear of what might still be made whole. I remember the stony path beneath our feet, slick with moisture that mirrored the tears we had shed for those who had slipped away. Do you believe in shadows? I asked, breaking the tension, my voice barely audible against the backdrop of silence. Both turned to me, their gazes intrigued yet wary. The shadows talk, you know, I continued, a half smile creeping onto my lips, and they laugh. They know things about us, secrets we don't even comprehend. Amelia shook her head, but Magnus nodded, the lines on his forehead deepening. You think they're laughing at us? He asked, his tone less accusatory now, more contemplative. I could see the flicker of curiosity in his eyes, a light breaking through the haze of his grief. Why not? They see us as we are, trapped between wanting to forget and needing to remember. I took a step forward, the shadows creeping closer, as if they were listening, waiting for us to reveal our truths. Sometimes, forgetting is the only way to live. But Amelia wouldn't relinquish her grip on hope. No, I refuse to forget. I will find him. Her determination echoed off the stone walls, resonating through the darkness like a battle cry. The air around us thickened, a palpable force that pushed against our chests. As we ventured deeper, memories swirled around us like a tempest, ghosts of the past whispering through the air. I could feel the weight of 1,000 lives pressing upon my shoulders, stories woven into the fabric of this cursed place, each one a thread in a tapestry of sorrow. Do you remember the stories? I asked, my voice a reverent hush. The ones they told us as children. About how hell was a land of mist and shadows, where the dead walked among the living, and every whisper could be a lost soul calling for help. Stories, Magnus muttered, but I could see the flicker of nostalgia in his eyes. They were just stories. Were they? A shiver ran through me, as if the very fabric of reality was beginning to fray. Or were they warnings? Beacons in the dark, trying to guide us home. Amelia turned sharply, her expression fierce and raw. Home. There is no home for those who've been swallowed whole. Her voice cracked, and for a moment, I thought I saw tears glistening in her stormy gaze. If I don't find him, I'll be lost too. The tension in the air thickened, a noose tightening around our hearts. I wanted to scream, to shake them both and make them see, this wasn't just a quest for a lost soul. It was a confrontation with the abyss that lurked within us all. But instead, I fell silent, letting the weight of the unspoken settle like ash in the air. Each of us was grappling with our own ghosts, the shadows that whispered our names and begged us to listen. I could feel them lingering just out of reach, beckoning us to step closer, to embrace them. And as we stood on that precipice, the darkness around us pulsated with a heartbeat of its own, a rhythm that thrummed in our ears. A clock ticking down to an inevitable moment, the fractal lines of fate weaving through our lives, drawing us into a confrontation that would change everything. The shadows closed in, and I could feel a pull, a magnetic force dragging us closer to the heart of hell, where despair reigned supreme. With every step, a whisper grew louder, a chorus of the damned, each voice a reminder of what was at stake. Let's find him, Amelia breathed, a fierce spark igniting in her heart. Magnus nodded, determination overtaking his anger, and I found myself caught in the swirling currents of their emotions, their hopes and fears blending with my own. Together we moved into the depths of hell, the shadows swallowing us whole, each heartbeat echoing in the cavernous silence, a pulse that intertwined with the very essence of our being. The weight of the past pressed heavy against us, but we pressed on, drawn by the haunting promise of salvation, or perhaps doom. In that moment, as we crossed the threshold, the boundary between life and death faded, and we stepped into the embrace of the unknown, where the lost awaited us, eager to reveal their truths and desperate to reclaim their stories. It was a plunge into the darkness, a leap of faith, and I knew that whatever awaited us on the other side would leave us forever changed, entangled in the web of hell's grasp, where the echoes of the past would shape our future. The ground trembles beneath a sky smeared with ash, and the air crackles with the unshed screams of the fallen. I stand in the middle of the chaos, heart racing, breath shallow, and I remember the stories, the tales whispered by the fire, crackling in the dark, fables of gods and giants clashing in a cosmic dance of doom. But here, standing at the precipice of the inevitable, those tales morph into a living nightmare, and I can't help but wonder if this is where it all ends. Fight. Fight for your lives. A voice, tremulous yet fierce, cuts through the din. It belongs to Astrid, a warrior with scars that tell of battles past, each mark an echo of pain and defiance. Her fists clench tight, knuckles white like the bones of the defeated. She stands taller than the shadows gathering, her eyes aflame with something primal. Something that drowns fear beneath the weight of rage. I remember the first time I saw her, the way she laughed as we trained, her humor like sunlight piercing the fog. But now, that laughter is a ghost, haunting her as she readies herself for the onslaught. Then there's Eirik, a boy caught in the web of fate, too young for the burden of prophecy yet too old for innocence. I see him, pale and trembling, clutching a sword that looks more like a twig in his hands. I can't, he whispers, dread pooling in his stomach like lead. I want to assure him, to tell him that beneath the layers of fear, courage simmers, but the truth flickers like a dying candle, a breath away from snuffing out. I remember the day he first wielded a blade, the way his eyes sparkled with determination. Now they reflect the abyss. I glance up, and the clouds swirl ominously, an angry sea of roiling darkness, as if the heavens themselves are preparing to unleash their fury. Gather the forces. Astrid shouts, and her voice slices through the air like a battle cry, unyielding. She turns to me, her eyes searching mine, filled with a desperate plea. We need them. We need all of them. The memory of laughter lingers, a moment stolen from the chaos. I remember the echoes of our voices, singing old songs of glory, before the world turned rotten, before shadows bled into our lives. We can do this, I say, though my heart quakes. I don't know if I believe it, but the words spill out, raw and reckless. We cannot afford doubt, when the horizon darkens with the promise of doom. The ground shakes again, a reminder of the horrors approaching. Fenrir, the wolf of legend, jaws yawning wide, ready to swallow the sun itself. Behind him, an army marches, a tidal wave of despair, a horde of specters clad in rust and blood, souls entwined in the bloody dance of Ragnarok. I feel it, the pulse of the earth, the rhythm of impending doom, and it beats in time with my heart, a haunting melody of dread. Eirik, I call, my voice barely above a whisper. Look at me. His wide eyes find mine, searching for hope in a world draped in darkness. Shadows creep around him like tendrils of smoke, and I see the flicker of his spirit wavering, like a candle in the wind. You're not alone. Fight with us. The words seem to trap the moment, holding it still, yet the world around us unravels like a frayed thread. Astrid moves closer, taking Eirik's trembling hand into her own. We fight for our homes, for those we love, she urges, her voice a fierce cauldron of strength. We fight for tomorrow. I watch as the warmth of her grasp steadies him, a fragile connection amidst the chaos, an unbreakable bond formed in the crucible of fear. And then it happens, the clash of steel, the roar of the storm, a symphony of chaos. The first wave crashes against us, a tsunami of darkness, and with it comes the fury of forgotten gods. I grip my sword, the cold steel biting into my palm, and I remember the nights spent dreaming of glory, feeling invincible. But dreams shatter in the face of reality, and I'm reminded that invincibility is a joke, the punchline whispered by fate. The battle erupts, a cacophony of violence and desperation. I move with instinct, the dance of survival guiding my steps as I clash against the tide, Eric at my side, Astrid leading the charge. Each swing of my sword feels like an echo of the past, memories bleeding into a present where every heartbeat could be the last. I'm terrified, yet the thrill of it, the raw, primal urge to fight for existence, ignites something deep within me. Push forward. Astrid shouts, a beacon of ferocity, and I find solace in her defiance. I can't afford to falter, not when the weight of the world leans on our shoulders. The air thickens with sweat and blood, and the scent of death dances in my nostrils, an intoxicating reminder of what's at stake. Amidst the chaos, I catch glimpses of Eric, his resolve hardening with each struck blow. I remember the boy, the uncertain warrior, now awakening to the truth of who he is, a spark of fire in the darkness. And Astrid, fierce and unyielding, stands as a lighthouse amidst the storm. She is our heart, our light, and I wonder if she knows just how powerful she truly is. As the tide of our fate surges and sways, I hear their cries, the echo of hope and despair blending in a haunting melody, a dirge for those who won't survive. I remember the stories, the gods who fell and rose again, the cycles of life and death, and I wonder if this is the moment, the turning point where legends are born and erased. The clash of swords grows louder, the symphony reaching a crescendo, every note a reminder that we are alive, fighting against the encroaching darkness. The sky rumbles, a warning, or perhaps a blessing, but it doesn't matter. We are here, in this moment, and together we are an army, our hearts beating in time, raw, electric, and unyielding. The world waits, breaths held, as we face the gaping maw of fate. But in that heartbeat of silence before the storm, in the fevered moments that stretch like the cosmos, there is a truth that binds us all, love, loss, and the indomitable will to fight for a tomorrow that may never come. And so we stand, ready to face the shadows, the armies of Ragnarok gathering, a storm ready to break over our heads, and I can't look away. I don't want to. The air crackled with tension. A storm raged outside, thunder clawing at the night sky, drowning out the whispers of long-lost promises. Inside the dimly lit hall, shadows danced on the walls, flickering like ghosts of the past, and the smell of betrayal hung heavy in the air. I stood there, heart pounding, eyes darting as I watched Loki, a fallen god, torn between the remnants of his laughter and the gnawing specter of his monstrous fate. Do you remember the day you chose chaos over us? Thor's voice thundered, each word a hammer striking the anvil of their fraying bond. He stood, shoulders taut, hands balled into fists, the weight of betrayal pressing down on him like the iron of his hammer. Yet, beneath the anger, I sensed fear, fear of what Loki had become and what he might yet do. I remember, Loki whispered, his voice a shattered mirror. I remember the warmth of brotherhood. I remember laughter echoing through these halls. His eyes, once bright with mischief, now glinted with a darkness that threatened to swallow him whole, an abyss where joy had once thrived. He took a step forward, and I could almost taste the regret curling around the edges of his words, like smoke from a dying flame. The room pulsed with unspoken anguish. I could feel my heart thrumming, a rhythmic echo of unresolved pain. Thor's breath came in ragged gasps, each exhale a hot wind against the cool air. You were meant to be something greater, brother, he said, the words dripping with a mix of sorrow and disbelief. Now you stand as a shadow of your former self, a jester in a graveyard of hope. Loki let out a hollow laugh, a sound that echoed off the walls, a chilling serenade to a memory long gone. Hope. Hope is the cruelest joke of all. It mocks us, taunts us with the possibility of light, while we drown in darkness. His fingers trembled, brushing against the edge of a dagger, a weapon that had tasted betrayal far too many times. You do not understand, Thor. I chose freedom. I chose truth. Truth. Thor's voice cracked like thunder, resentment woven into every syllable. Your truth is a poison. You've turned against your own. You've become a monster. And there it was, the word that hung in the air like an uninvited specter. Monster. I felt the weight of it, pressing down on Loki like chains forged in the fires of despair. His laughter faded, replaced by a silence so profound that it seemed to swallow the lightning strikes outside. Do you not see? He asked, his voice barely a whisper now, an echo of something lost. I was always a monster, hiding beneath the skin of a god. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in, and I found myself gasping, caught in the whirlpool of their conflict. You were never a monster to me, I blurted out, my own voice shaking, desperate to bridge the widening chasm between them. You were always more. Loki turned to me, his expression softening, a flicker of something warm breaking through the storm raging within him. More? His eyes searched mine for truth, for understanding. What is more but a burden to bear? What is more but the promise of inevitable disappointment? Maybe, I said, my heart racing, but it's also a chance to rise, to reclaim what you've lost. Thor's gaze shifted from me to Loki, and in that moment, a fragile thread of connection shimmered between the brothers, stretching across the chasm of pain and betrayal. But that thread was fraying, pulled taut by the weight of their shared history. What if I don't want to rise? Loki murmured, his words barely reaching above the storm outside, each syllable a nail in the coffin of his hope. What if I prefer the abyss? It's comfortable there, wrapped in shadows. It's familiar. And poison, Thor spat, voice thick with emotion. You think you're safe, but all you're doing is feeding your own despair. I watched as Loki's fingers tightened around the dagger, the silver glinting ominously, and I felt my own breath hitching. A moment stretched into eternity, a heartbeat caught between worlds. You think I chose this? Loki retorted, voice rising, a tempest brewing inside him. You think I wanted to be the villain in this story? I never sought to be the monster. Yet here we are, Thor replied, his voice quieting into a painful resignation. Here we stand, a god and his monster brother, staring into the chasm of our choices. Outside, lightning cracked, illuminating the hall with an eerie glow, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the pain etched on their faces, flashes of childhood memories, laughter, warmth shattered by the weight of betrayal. Their relationship flickered before my eyes, a tapestry woven of love and conflict, each thread pulled tighter by the hands of fate. Loki, I reached out, my voice trembling, you can still choose to step back from this edge. We can find a way back. He turned to me, eyes stormy, caught between the pull of old wounds and the flicker of connection. Can we? He whispered, uncertainty lacing his words like poison. Can we really? Or will I only drag you down with me? Whatever you choose, I'll stand with you, I said, the weight of my promise hanging in the air like a fragile balloon, ready to burst. But I felt the truth of my words, raw and relentless. And then it happened, the moment that would change everything. Loki's eyes blazed with a tempest of emotions, and for the first time, I saw something shift within him, a flicker of hope battling the darkness. But before I could breathe, before I could truly grasp this fleeting chance, the dagger glinted in the dim light, and the thunder roared again, drowning out our voices. What happens next? The storm outside raged, and I stood on the precipice of an unseen fate, caught in the middle of brothers torn apart by choices, by the corrosive essence of betrayal. Time itself felt suspended, swirling like a storm, and as I held my breath, I knew one thing with certainty. This confrontation was just the beginning, the spark igniting a fire that would consume us all. I remember the chill that swept through Asgard that day, an ominous whisper curling through the halls like smoke. Somehow, the air, usually thick with laughter and jest, tasted like iron. It hung heavy, suffocating, each breath a struggle against the tide of foreboding. You could feel it, the way Odin's one eye flickered with unease, the way Freya's laughter fell flat, crushed beneath an unseen weight. A storm was brewing, dark clouds rolling in, and we all sensed it, like a dog before the earthquake, restless and agitated. Loki stood apart, a shadow against the vibrant tapestry of the gods, his eyes alight with mischief, but flickering dangerously. There was something in that grin, a spark of chaos that promised destruction. He was our trickster, our tormentor, the wild card in a deck of gods. "What's the worst that could happen?" he teased, his voice a sinuous whisper that curled around my ears. Were those words a prophecy, or a dare? I remember clutching my heart, the beat pounding like a war drum, the drumbeat of inevitability. And then there was Baldur, golden and pure, the sun incarnate. He stood there, oblivious to the gathering storm, arms open wide, laughter spilling from his lips like liquid gold. "Let them throw what they will," he declared, the joy in his voice a fragile bubble in a world darkening around him. He was invulnerable, blessed and cherished, a beacon of hope in a realm that often teetered towards despair. I remember loving him, that radiant light, and feeling the hollow ache deep within me as I watched him bask in the adoration of his kin. But love is a delicate thread, easily frayed, and I felt its tension stretch, pulsing with doubt. In those moments, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were all puppets in a cruel performance, strings pulled tight by fate's unseen hand. Loki's laughter echoed off the cold stone walls, mingling with Baldur's joyous declarations, a discordant hymn that danced through the halls. "What if," Loki mused, his voice silky and sly, "what if we gave the gods a taste of mortality? Just a bit of fun." I remember the way the laughter died, how it slipped away like sand through fingers, and the tension crackled like lightning. I saw the flicker of fear in Freya's eyes, the sudden stillness as we all turned to face Loki, whose mind spun faster than an unraveling thread. It was a joke to him, a game, but to us, it was a prelude to catastrophe. So it began, a challenge set in motion by a trickster who danced on the edge of madness. An arrow made from mistletoe, a harmless twig in a world of strength. Loki's hands, deft and wicked, twisted fate itself, crafted a weapon from innocence, and with a single, cursed shot, nothing would ever be the same. I remember the silence that followed, a void thicker than darkness. The moment the arrow pierced his heart, time stopped, and reality splintered. Baldur fell, not in triumph, but in betrayal, his body crumpling like a silk thread severed. The laughter that had once filled the halls turned to wails, echoes of disbelief and loss, a symphony of torment. I watched as his life ebbed away, the light in his eyes dimming, a candle snuffed out in the cold. I could hardly breathe, the weight of despair crashing over me, relentless and crushing. "No, no, no!" I screamed, that single word a desperate plea, a prayer, a curse. Loki, that cruel architect of chaos, reveled in the chaos he'd sown, but I could see the flicker of fear in his gaze, the realization of what he had unleashed. The gods, furious and heartbroken, surged forward, a tidal wave of rage and grief. Odin's roar shattered the silence, a lion mourning its cub, and I felt the ground tremble beneath our feet. "Do you see what you have done?" Thor's voice was like thunder, heavy with betrayal as he turned on Loki, fists clenched, eyes ablaze. Betrayal cut deeper than any blade, and the very air crackled with tension, the air thick with vengeance. This was not merely the death of a god, it was the birth of chaos, the awakening of a darkness we had never dared to confront. I watched, trapped in this whirlwind of emotion, as Loki's mask of laughter slipped, revealing the horror beneath. He was not the confident jester now, he was a creature backed against the wall, the shadows closing in. And I felt a pang of something then. Was it pity? Was it fear? Or was it the sickening realization that we were all complicit in this tragedy? The blood of Baldur pooled around us, an offering to the gods of chaos, a sacrifice that would echo through the eons. I remember the screams, the anger, the grief. They swirled around us like a storm, a cacophony of despair that drowned out reason. We were lost, adrift in an ocean of pain, each wave of sorrow crashing against the fragile shores of our existence. As the echoes of Baldur's laughter faded, I understood that the world had shifted, irrevocably. The fabric of our reality frayed, unraveling thread by thread, and the shadows grew long, stretching across the realm, reaching for us, clawing at our sanity. What was once a paradise was now a battleground, and the gods were left to grapple with their own darkness, the consequences of our choices laid bare. With every heartbeat, I could feel the pulse of impending doom, a rhythm that matched the chaos swelling around us. I thought of Baldur, the laughter, the light. I thought of Loki, the trickster whose whims had birthed this tragedy. And I thought of myself, standing in the middle of a storm I could neither navigate nor escape. The haunting silence that followed was just the beginning. The death of Baldur was not an end, but a spark, a catalyst for chaos that would consume us all. And so the clock began to tick, counting down to an inevitable confrontation, a reckoning that loomed on the horizon, dark as smoke, and fraught with despair. No, this was not the end. It was merely the beginning of something far more sinister, a prelude to the chaos that would shape our destinies forever. The clash of swords rings out like a death knell, reverberating against the jagged cliffs of a storm-swept battlefield. Blood splatters on the mud, the lifeblood of warriors mixing with the earth, and the air is thick with the acrid smell of sweat and fear. Thunder rumbles overhead, a grim symphony that matches the chaos unfolding below. In the midst of this fury stands Astrid, her heart racing, each pulse a reminder of the fragility of life. She is a Valkyrie, the chooser of the slain, a title that hangs heavy on her shoulders like a chain forged in fire, the weight of destiny and choice intertwined. Why must it always be this way? She murmurs, torn between duty and the haunting call of her own humanity. She watches as a young soldier, barely a man, clutches a gaping wound, despair etched in his eyes. He doesn't see her yet, the life and death shimmering in the shadows around him. She is a ghost to him, a wisp of fate hovering just out of reach. Should she take him? His spirit is bright, but his body falters. Her fingers twitch with indecision, and her breath catches in her throat. Will she save him, or will she let him slip into the void? Behind her, Brynn, another Valkyrie, stands resolute yet haunted, her gaze locked on the carnage before them. We can't save them all, Astrid, she whispers, her voice barely cutting through the din of battle. Each word is a heavy stone, tumbling into the depths of Astrid's soul, echoing the truth she hates to confront. Brynn has seen too much, her own choices twisting like dark vines around her heart. We must choose wisely, she pleads, but the urgency in her eyes betrays a fear that gnaws at her. It's not just about choosing who lives. It's about the darkness that lurks behind each decision, the shadows that beckon them closer to the abyss. The battlefield shifts as the last cries of the fallen fill the air, a symphony of despair. Astrid's chest tightens. She remembers the boy's laughter from a fleeting moment before the storm. I remember, she whispers, as memories crash against her like waves. A bonfire, the warm glow illuminating youthful faces, the scent of roasted meat mingling with joy, a time before death danced on their doorsteps. But those memories are ghosts now, remnants of lives never lived. I remember, the boy's laughter echoes, haunting her. His spirit calls to her, as if to say, "Don't forget me." Another clash of steel pulls her from the past. The boy is fading, his cries muffled beneath the roar of war. She cannot let him go. Astrid's heart races as she steps forward, the ground trembling beneath her, as if the very earth rebels at the thought of choices made in desperation. I choose you, she cries, the words spilling out like a prayer, a plea for redemption. But in that moment, tragedy strikes. A spear pierces the boy's flesh, and he crumples to the ground, the light in his eyes flickering out like a dying star. A scream rips from Astrid's throat, raw and primal, shattering the stillness in her heart. She bends down, cradling the boy's lifeless body, the weight of regret crashing over her like a tidal wave. Bryn watches, her own pain mirrored in the depths of her own sorrow. You cannot save them all, she repeats, but it feels like a lie now, a hollow mantra meant to ease the guilty burden they bear. They are not just warriors. They are the echoes of choices made, the ghosts of lives saved or lost. Without warning, the battlefield shifts again, shadows lengthening as a thick fog rolls in, the air charged with an electric tension. The Valkyries are not alone in this dance of death. Thorns of fate twist around their hearts as figures emerge from the mist, fallen warriors, their spirits torn between worlds, longing for the warmth of life and the acceptance of death. They drift like smoke, faces twisted in anguish, eyes wide with the horror of their own fates. Choose me, one whispers, voice a chilling echo that sends tremors through Astrid's very being. You can save me. But saving means forgetting the others, the laughter, the warmth, the light. I can't, she gasps, but the fog envelopes her, suffocating her resolve. Bryn moves forward, her own choices faltering in the presence of the lost. We have to keep moving, she urges, but Astrid can't tear her gaze away. Each face reflects a piece of her soul, a shard of her past, and the weight of their hope crushes her heart. As the battle rages, their world distorts, time slips and bends, folding over itself like an old tapestry fraying at the edges. Nightmares weave through their thoughts, memories twisting into dark reflections. A clock ticks backwards, shifting moments like a mad dance. Astrid sees herself as a child, laughing under a warm sun, the shadows of death far away. But that innocence shatters like glass, memories crashing into the present. I remember, she whispers, a desperate invocation against the rising tide of despair. Suddenly, Bryn's voice breaks through, a lifeline in a storm. We are the Valkyries, she cries, her eyes fierce and bright, the fire of purpose igniting a spark in the murky depths of sorrow. We choose, and in choosing, we honor their lives. We cannot let their stories end in silence. With renewed strength, Astrid stands, her heart pounding, the boy's laughter echoing in her mind like a warning. She feels the weight of every soul around her, the sorrow and joy intertwining, dancing to the rhythm of life. Then we choose, she declares, her voice rising above the chaos, filled with a fierce determination. They are not just arbiters of life and death, they are the keepers of stories, the guardians of hope. As the fog rises, the Valkyries gather their strength, their eyes blazing with purpose. The battlefield transforms into a canvas of choice, the echoes of the fallen guiding them toward a destiny yet unwritten. In that precious moment, where time stands still, the tension crackles in the air, a promise of battles yet to come, of stories longing to be told. Choices echo through the darkness, but Astrid knows, each choice is a heartbeat, a pulse of life in an endless cycle. And they will fight for each and every one, their souls forever intertwined with the tapestry of fate. The air crackled with tension, a tangible thing, suffocating and electric. I stood on the cusp of oblivion, the field of Vigrid spread before me like a canvas stained with dread. Shadows danced on the edges of my vision, twisting and writhing, as if the very ground beneath my feet understood the weight of the moment. A distant rumble, a thunderous heartbeat of a storm neither in the sky nor on the horizon, but deep in the marrow of this battlefield, where destiny held its breath, waiting. I remember the first time I heard the tales of this cursed place. The night my father recounted the legends by the flickering flame, eyes wide and wild, as if the shadows could reach out and pull him into their embrace. Vigrid, the field of the last stand, a cemetery of dreams where heroes and villains alike would clash. And here I was, standing among ghosts, feeling their icy grip on my soul. Baldur, my brother in arms, gripped his sword tightly, knuckles white against the blackened steel, his breath a harsh whisper in the stillness. "We cannot falter," he murmured, voice barely above the rustle of the wind. He was a mountain of a man, yet I saw the cracks, the fear hidden behind his bravado. I remembered when he swore to protect me, his heart ablaze with a fierce sense of duty. But even the strongest hearts can falter when faced with the specter of death. The ground trembled beneath us as the enemy marched closer, their chant like a death knell, echoing through the air, promising doom with every beating drum. I could see the glint of armor, the flash of weapons, a wicked cacophony of metal and malice. I wanted to scream, to run far away from this hell, but my feet were rooted in the soil, bound by an invisible string of fate. Then there was Freya, fierce and untamed, her spirit both a wildfire and a tempest. She held her bow as if it were an extension of her very being, every arrow a promise of vengeance. I watched her face, a storm of emotions swirling in those sapphire depths, and felt my heart clench at the sight. "For every man they take, we shall take two," she spat, a fire in her chest that burned hotter than the sun. I could see her pain, her rage, a tapestry woven with memories of loss. Her brother, taken by the enemy, his laughter now just an echo in the back of her mind. But as the lines drew closer, I felt the weight of my own guilt settling in. I had been weak, too occupied with my desires to notice the darkness creeping into our lives. A whisper of doubt lodged itself deep in my heart, and with each passing moment, it grew louder. What if we failed? What if I failed them? The thought was a knife twisting deeper into my gut, and I fought to silence it. "Remember who we are," Baldur's voice cut through the fog of despair. "We are not just soldiers, we are the storm that will break this shadow." He stepped forward, towering over the gathering darkness, and I admired his conviction, even as my own flight instinct screamed to abandon this cursed ground. The enemy surged forward, a black tide crashing against our fragile defenses. I felt the ground quake beneath their feet, felt the air grow thick and heavy with the scent of fear and sweat. Time slowed, each heartbeat a drum marking the cadence of our doom. I could hear the whispers of the fallen, their voices an echo of warnings, memories, regrets. "You will not die here," I told myself, but the words felt hollow, like the promises of a jester to a king. We met them with a clash of steel, a symphony of chaos and blood. It was beautiful and horrific. The cries of the fallen echoed like a haunting melody in the distance. I fought alongside Baldur, our blades a blur, each swing driven by survival, by the haunting faces of those we loved. I saw Freya's arrows fly, saw them pierce the darkness, striking home. But with every enemy that fell, another wave crashed upon us, relentless and unforgiving. In that moment, as the world around me blurred into a chaotic tapestry of life and death, I felt a flicker of clarity. The burden of my guilt began to lift, replaced by a fierce resolve. I remembered the laughter we shared, the dreams we harbored, the promises made under starlit skies. "I will fight," I vowed to myself, "for them, for us." But as the battle raged, I saw Baldur falter, an enemy's blade finding its mark. Time stopped. The world narrowed to that singular moment, his gasp, the shock in his eyes as he crumpled to the ground, the weight of my heart dropping to the pit of my stomach. "No!" I screamed, a raw, primal sound that tore from deep within me, echoing against the thunderous roar of battle. His body fell, a ragdoll of flesh and metal, and with it, so did the last flicker of hope within me. Freya turned, eyes wide with disbelief, and in that instant, we were both lost. The world spun, and the chaos of battle faded into a blur, our hearts pounding to a rhythm of despair. I felt the tears sting my eyes, a rush of suffocating sorrow as everything we had fought for began to unravel. But I refused to surrender. I felt the rage spark within me, a blaze igniting in the depths of my gut. I charged forward, every step a defiance against the void threatening to consume us. "For Baldur!" I roared, the sound reverberating in the air as I swung my sword, a whirlwind of fury and pain, and with every strike, I felt their spirits rise with me. The battle was not just a clash of steel. It was a dance with fate, a desperate grasp at meaning amidst the chaos. Each heartbeat echoed with the promise of vengeance, each breath tasted of blood and ash, and I knew none of us would leave this field unscathed. The sun began to dip, painting the sky with hues of crimson, as the shadows crept closer, but I fought on, lost in the storm of our last stand, unaware that the end was just the beginning of something much darker. The night was coming, and with it, the weight of our choices would haunt us like ghosts on this cursed battlefield. As the clash of swords rose to a fever pitch, I felt the world narrowing, the darkness curling around us, whispering secrets that would bind us forever. Thunder crackled through the storm-dark sky, a pulse of raw energy that thrummed against the very fabric of existence. In the heart of that tempest stood Thor, his hands gripping Mjolnir like a lifeline. The air was thick with anticipation, charged like a coiled serpent ready to strike. He could feel it, the weight of destiny pressing against his chest, the echo of prophecy reverberating in his bones. Every heartbeat screamed of inevitability, and every breath tasted like ash. The ground shook beneath him, the earth angered by the battle that loomed. Each tremor was a reminder of what was coming, a confrontation that would resonate through eternity. A shiver raced down Thor's spine. He had faced many foes, but none like Jörmungandr, the Midgard serpent, the very embodiment of chaos, coiling through the sea with the promise of doom. With every passing moment, Thor felt the pull of their fates intertwining, like the gravitational forces of stars battling in the void of space. And then, in the distance, he saw it, a writhing shape breaking the surface of the waters, scales gleaming like dark gemstones, a shadow against the dying light. Jörmungandr rose, a leviathan of nightmares, each undulation setting off waves that crashed like thunder against the stones. The serpent's eyes glowed with ancient malice, reflecting the stormy sky, and within them, Thor saw the depths of despair, the chaos of worlds colliding. I remember, there it was again, that whisper of memory, a moment lost in time, of laughter shared with friends, of feasts filled with raucous joy. Yet here, on the precipice of annihilation, only silence reigned, an oppressive quiet that wrapped around him like a shroud. Jörmungandr's gaze held a promise and a threat, a reminder of all that would be lost if the serpent prevailed. By Odin, I will not falter. The words fell heavy from Thor's lips, a vow forged from fear and anger. He had always been the protector, the thunderer, forged in the fires of battle, yet today, doubt crept like a thief in the night. Would he stand as a beacon of hope, or crumble like ash in the wind? He felt the weight of his father's legacy pressing down, the expectations of a god, and the scars of his own failures. The memories flooded back, unbidden and relentless. He saw the faces of those he loved, the laughter of a child, the twinkling eyes of a friend lost to time. In that moment, he was not just a warrior, he was a son, a brother, a friend. But could they see him now, standing alone beneath the storm? Did they, too, tremble at the thought of this ultimate showdown? And then Jörmungandr struck, a flash of scales slicing through the air like a blade. Thor barely had time to react, muscles coiling, instincts kicking in. Mjolnir flew from his grasp, spinning towards the beast, an extension of his very will. The impact sent a shockwave through the storm, a brief moment of silence before chaos erupted. He felt the raw, unfiltered energy of his hammer collide with the serpent's hide, a clash of titans that echoed through time itself. It was not just a battle of strength, it was a dance of fury, a ballet of destruction, shaped by the very essence of existence. The roar of thunder mingled with the serpent's hiss, creating a symphony of violence and desperation. Each blow was a testament to their hatred and fear, to the scars born from ages long past. And in the heart of that maelstrom, Thor's thoughts spiraled. Will I be enough? The question hung heavy, suffocating. His emotions clashed within him, a storm more fierce than the one that raged above. He could hear echoes of laughter, memories tangled with uncertainty, visions of a future slipping through his fingers like water. The serpent retaliated, its massive form twisting and turning, relentless in its pursuit of dominance. Each strike was a reminder of the fragility of hope, of the tenuous line between victory and defeat. "Remember why you fight," he told himself, though the words felt hollow. For who was he without the love of those he cherished? Then, in a moment of sheer defiance, Thor summoned every ounce of strength, every spark of courage. "This ends now," he roared, the sound reverberating through the storm, a battle cry that tore through the heavens. He grasped Mjolnir and charged forward, a comet streaking across the night sky, fueled by desperation and the echo of 1,000 memories. Time slowed, the universe holding its breath as divine fire ignited within him. He could feel the pulse of the cosmos, the heartbeat of all creation, urging him forward. Each step was heavy but resolute, each swing of his hammer fueled by the weight of history, the dreams of a brighter tomorrow. And then, with a roar that shook the very foundations of the world, he swung Mjolnir with a force that seemed to split the fabric of reality itself. The clash was cataclysmic, a blast of light and shadow intertwining. Within that moment, neither man nor serpent, but pure energy, a collision of destinies, an explosion of raw emotion that echoed through the ages. But even as the storm raged, an unsettling thought crept in. What will become of us, he wondered, for the line between victory and loss blurred, leaving only the raw, aching truth of existence. The battle was far from over, and in the heart of it all, both Thor and Jörmungandr were but reflections of the universe, flawed, beautiful, and utterly entwined in their fates. As the echoes of that cataclysmic clash faded into the tempest, the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of a precipice. Would the storm clear, or would it swallow them whole? In the heart of chaos, the answer lay hidden, waiting to unfold. The battle had begun, but the true struggle between love, fear, and destiny was only just beginning. The air crackled, heavy with dread and the scent of impending doom. A storm brewed above, dark clouds swirling like souls caught in a tempest, echoing the chaos that raged beneath. Odin stood at the edge of the battlefield, his one eye scanning the horizon, searching for the flicker of hope amidst the encroaching shadows. Thunder rolled, a growl of the heavens, and in that moment, he felt the weight of eternity pressing down on him. Time had a way of folding in on itself, memories colliding and merging like the inky blackness of the night. He was the All-Father, yet he felt so painfully human. "Father," a voice broke through the din, fragile yet defiant, a whisper that felt like a lifeline in a storm. It was Tyr, his son, standing defiantly despite the tremor in his hands. "What do we do? The Norns have spun our fate, and I fear it bears no mercy." Tyr's face, marred by the scars of battles past, twisted in anguish, the kind that gnawed at the soul. He was a warrior forged in fire, yet in his eyes flickered the flicker of a boy who had lost everything. "I remember," Odin's voice was gravel, low and trembling. "I remember a time when fate was ours to shape, not a chain dragging us into the abyss." A pulse of memory surged, visitors bearing gifts, laughter echoing through the halls of Valhalla, love so fierce it could conquer the world. Yet here they stood, on the precipice of annihilation. A scream sliced through the air, the chilling call of a raven, Hugin, soaring above, watching, witnessing. Odin felt it, a weight in his chest, a foreboding that filled him with dread and despair. That raven was more than a messenger. It was the embodiment of his choices, the burden of his reign. "I can't let it end like this," Odin whispered, the words heavier than iron. Memories churned within him, battles fought and lost, allies fallen. He had always played the game, the endless chess match with fate, but now the pieces lay shattered, scattered across a board stained with blood. And then there was Freyja, a force unto herself, a goddess of war and love, her fierce spirit flickering like a flame in the wind. She stood at the ready, her golden hair cascading like sunlight through shadows, yet even she trembled. Odin, she breathed, urgency lacing her voice, we cannot fight the darkness alone. You must trust us. Her eyes, brilliant and haunting, held a depth that threatened to swallow him whole. I remember, Odin's heart raced with memories of her laughter, the warmth of her presence, the way she brushed the edges of his sorrow with a single touch. But love had its price, and in this moment, he feared it would cost them everything. The sky fractured as the first bolt of lightning struck the ground, illuminating the faces of those who stood beside him. They were not just warriors. They were family, a jigsaw puzzle of broken hearts and fierce spirits, each piece desperate to hold together in the face of inevitable destruction. Each heartbeat echoed a plea, don't let this be the end. The bellowing winds carried the cries of warriors, a symphony of anguish and fury, and Odin felt the growing swell of a storm within himself. He turned to Tyr, searching for strength in his son's gaze. Do not lose faith in what we have fought for, my boy. Even the darkest night will surrender to dawn. But Tyr's gaze was distant, locked onto the horizon where shadows twisted and writhed like serpents. What if dawn does not come? He whispered, the tremor of vulnerability cracking through his fierce demeanor. An unshakable fear gripped him, a fear that blurred the lines between bravery and despair. We fight, Freyja declared, voice ringing like a clarion bell, fierce enough to cut through the darkness. We fight for those who cannot, for the dreams that linger in the hearts of the fallen. A flicker of hope ignited in Odin's chest, a fragile flame amidst the storm. Then we shall carve our path through this darkness, as we have always done, he vowed, feeling the weight of his throne, his crown, his destiny. We will not go quietly into the night. As if on cue, the heavens erupted. The armies of the dead surged forward, spectral figures twisted into grotesque forms, a haunting reflection of the chaos within. Their battle cries echoed through the valley, a cacophony of pain and rage. In that moment, everything shifted, the ground beneath their feet turned to molten fear, the air was thick with tension, and time seemed to stretch like a taut bowstring ready to snap. Odin charged forward, the weight of his spear heavy in his hand, a reminder of every choice he had made. He felt the echoes of past battles reverberating in his bones, the weight of his actions bleeding through the centuries, choices that had led them here. For Valhalla, he roared, and the sound of his voice ignited the warriors around him. One step, then another, a dance with destiny, a waltz with the shadows. The clash of steel rang out, a symphony of defiance against the encroaching abyss. Odin saw Tyr plunge fearlessly into the fray, his heart pounding with a love that rivaled the fiercest of storms. But even as they fought, the darkness loomed, a specter whispering promises of despair. It slashed at the edges of hope, gnawing at the very fabric of what they held dear. And in that moment, as Odin faced the chaos, he felt the truth of existence crushing him, fragile, fleeting, beautiful. With every clash of steel, with every breath shared between warriors standing shoulder to shoulder, he realized the battle wasn't just against the darkness. It was against the very essence of fear that clawed at their hearts. I remember, he thought again, the words a chant, a mantra against the storm. I remember love, laughter, and dreams unfulfilled. I remember why we fight. The shadows surged forward, a tide of despair threatening to drown them all, but beneath the chaos, a single heartbeat emerged, steady, defiant. Hope was not lost. It was woven into the fabric of their struggle, stitched together with the threads of sacrifice, love, and unyielding spirit. As the storm broke and the night gave way to dawn, Odin felt the weight of his choices, the fractures in his heart, and the strength of his family, their spirits a bright, unyielding beacon against the encroaching darkness. And so, they fought, entwined in a dance that echoed through the ages, a battle not just for survival, but for the very essence of what it meant to be alive. The wind howled like a banshee through the crumbling halls of Asgard, carrying whispers of dread. Flames flickered, casting grotesque shadows that danced upon the walls, as if the very fabric of reality trembled at the coming storm. I stood there, heart pounding, caught between the echoes of laughter that once filled the air and the stark silence that now reigned. I remember Loki's eyes, wide with madness, as he faced the throne of Odin, the king who dared to believe he could bind the chaos within him. The air thickened with tension, an unrelenting pressure that clung to my skin like a shroud. I remember the scent of iron, the metallic tang of inevitability. It seeped into my bones as I took a hesitant step forward, each breath heavy with the weight of destiny. Thor stood to my left, his hammer gripped tightly, knuckles white as a winter's breath. His face was a mask of fury and despair, a storm brewing beneath the surface, a tempest waiting to be unleashed. He was not just the god of thunder, he was a man, a flawed, broken man, grappling with the loss of his father, his home, and his very essence. I could see it in his eyes, a flicker of vulnerability quickly masked by rage. "Enough games, Loki," Thor roared, the sound reverberating through the hall like the crack of thunder. "You play with forces you cannot comprehend." And there it was, the moment we had all feared. I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, a prelude to the chaos that was about to break. Loki laughed, a sound that twisted and coiled around us, chilling our very souls. His expression was a blend of madness and sorrow, a deranged glimmer of the boy I once knew, buried deep beneath layers of betrayal and anguish. "I comprehend more than you'll ever know," he shouted, voice dripping with venom, while the shadows in the corners seemed to curl closer, as if drawn to his insanity. I was caught in the crossfire, a bystander to the unraveling of the Aesir. I wanted to scream, to shout a warning, but my voice was lost among the cacophony. This was more than a battle of gods. It was a collision of fates, an orchestration of tragedy that had been building since time began. The clock ticked ominously, each second a countdown to destruction, echoing in my ears like a death knell. As Odin descended from his throne, the air shifted. His presence was suffocating, oppressive, a storm cloud hovering over us. "Loki," he said, voice low and steady, but I could feel the tremor beneath. "You are my blood. Do not make me do this." In that moment, I saw the flicker of hope in Thor's eyes, a desperate plea for redemption, a longing for the brother he once loved. But hope is a treacherous beast, and in this world, it often turns to ash. The atmosphere thickened, suffocating, as if the very air conspired against us. I could taste the bitterness of betrayal, the salt of tears unshed. I remember the first time I felt fear. A child's small hand lost in the dark of night, heart pounding like a war drum. This felt the same, only now. I was the child, and the dark was a vast, unyielding void. I could see it in Thor's clenched jaw, in the way he flinched as the past clawed at him, dragging him down into the abyss. Each memory was a dagger, each heartbeat a reminder of what was lost. The confrontation escalated, words turned to blows. Odin struck first, the power of ages erupting from him like a volcanic fury. The force sent Thor sprawling, and in that instant, dread clawed at my stomach. I was rooted to the ground, as if the weight of the gods bore down on me, tethering me to a fate I could not escape. "Can't you see, Father? You're blind," Loki shrieked, his voice cracking like glass. "You've chained me to the very darkness you fear." And in his eyes, I saw something raw and unsettling, a truth wrapped in agony. I remembered my own chains, the shackles of expectation and duty. We were not so different, he and I. The weight of our gods hung heavily upon our hearts, a relentless burden. But there was no time for pity. The clash of wills echoed through the hall, each strike melding into the next, a symphony of chaos and destruction. Thor roared again, the sound primal, a desperate call to the heavens. His hammer swung, a blur of motion and force, but Loki, lithe and quick, danced away like a phantom. Everything blurred, the lines between love and hatred, loyalty and betrayal. I was losing myself in the moment, swept away by the turbulent tide of emotion. I could see Odin falter, the weight of his choices crashing upon him like waves against a cliff. He was a titan brought low by his own flesh and blood. "Stop this madness," he bellowed, but it was too late. The world around us trembled, a reflection of the turmoil within. The fabric of our reality began to tear, seams fraying under the strain of our collective pain. Madness. Loki spat, venomous words laced with unshed tears. "I am no madman. I am the architect of my own fate. You wanted me to be perfect, instead, you crafted a monster." The truth hit like a thunderbolt, illuminating the darkness that had surrounded us. I felt it then, the sorrow, the betrayal, the acceptance of our fates. Each shred of anger melted away, replaced by something more profound, more visceral, a desperate need for connection, an acknowledgement of our shared suffering. As the chaos unfolded, I clung to the moment, knowing it was fleeting, knowing the end would come. The shadows lengthened, cloaking us in darkness, and I felt its icy fingers wrap around my heart. I could see the future stretching out before us, a gaping maw ready to consume everything we held dear. And then, time fractured. In that split second, as the gods faced each other, the cosmos hung suspended, holding its breath. I could see their souls laid bare, the love and hatred intertwined in a dance as old as time. I remember the finality of it all, the crushing inevitability of death and rebirth. The universe shrieked, a cacophony of despair. The stage was set, the players ready, and as the last flicker of hope waned, I stood frozen, waiting for the final curtain to fall, a silent witness to the fall of the Aesir. The air crackled with electricity, a storm brewing on the horizon. I stood in the center of the crumbling town square, asphalt cracked and weeds breaking through in rebellion. The sky was a bruised purple, and the wind howled like a banshee, shrieking warnings to those who dared to listen. I remember the chill that raced down my spine, the way my heart drummed against my ribcage like a frantic prisoner desperate to escape. It was the moment destruction became tangible, a living, breathing beast ready to swallow us whole. And there, beneath that ominous sky, stood Lena and Marcus. Lena, with her wild, untamed hair framing a face full of fierce determination, yet I saw the cracks beneath her skin, the vulnerability lurking just below the surface. She had always been the brave one, the Jennifer to my lonely, plodding Harry. But today, fear danced in her cerulean eyes, flickering like a candle teetering on the edge of darkness. Marcus was the opposite, stoic and solid, but even he felt the weight pushing down on him. I knew it as surely as I knew my own name. His hands trembled at his sides, fists clenching and unclenching, as if they were grappling with the ghosts of decisions made and the inevitability of choices that loomed ahead. He had a way of looking at the world that suggested he'd held it in his hands once, shaping it, molding it like clay. Now, it slipped through his fingers like sand, and each grain was a moment lost, a chance gone. "I can't stay here," Lena whispered, her voice a mere thread against the howl of the wind. "We can't just wait for it to come for us." The urgency in her tone prickled my skin, igniting a fire in the pit of my stomach. She was right. The shadows creeping up the alleyway were alive, hungry, and every heartbeat felt like a countdown to oblivion. I remember the moment I turned to Marcus, searching for strength in his unwavering gaze. "What do we do?" The question hung heavy in the air. It became a tether, binding us together in our shared fear, our shared struggle against the inevitable. But I could see the battle raging within him, a tempest swirling around memories of a former life, a life before the sky darkened and the earth trembled. Did he remember laughter? Did he remember love? His answer came in a tight-lipped nod, but it was the way he held his breath afterward that tightened the noose around my heart. He was lost, trying to navigate a labyrinth of despair, and all I could do was watch as the darkness wrapped itself around him, whispering lies that twisted like vines around his soul. I felt the world tilt and shudder, an earthquake of emotions brewing just below the surface. "We can't fight it," he murmured, and his voice trembled. We can only survive. The words were a knife, sharp and piercing, exposing the raw flesh of hope that remained hidden deep inside me. Survive. The word echoed in my mind, a relentless drumbeat, threatening to drown me in its finality. But Lena's eyes caught mine, and in that electric moment, I saw the flicker of rebellion, the embers of a fire that refused to be snuffed out. Her hand shot out, grasping mine, and I could feel the warmth radiating from her skin, a lifeline amidst the storm. The shadows crept closer, and I could almost hear their laughter, mocking our plight. We needed to act, to run, to scream into the void that threatened to consume us. The city was falling apart, the walls we'd built around us cracking like fragile eggshells. But in the midst of that chaos, a flicker of clarity struck me. I remember when we thought we could change things, I said, the words tumbling out like marbles spilled from a jar. When we believed we could fight against the tide. The memories surged, a flood of youthful ideals crashing against the rocks of reality. I remembered the nights spent dreaming under the stars, the laughter shared over cups of coffee that turned cold while we lost ourselves in stories of the future. Remember that? Lena asked, her grip tightening around my hand, anchoring me in this tempest. When we believed in something bigger than ourselves. The wind howled again, the darkness pressing in, but her fervor lit a spark within me. We're still here, I replied, my voice rising above the storm, buoyed by the strength of our shared memories. We're still breathing. We can't let it end like this. But the shadows were closer now, coiling around our ankles, whispering promises of despair. Marcus took a step forward, his resolve hardening beneath the weight of our fears. Then we fight, he said, and I felt the certainty in his voice. It was a call to arms, a desperate cry, not just for survival, but for the very essence of who we were. So we stood together, hearts pounding in unison, ready to face the darkness. The city around us was crumbling, the air thick with the scent of impending doom, but as we braced ourselves against the torrent, I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe humanity, flawed and battered, was meant to face destruction with defiance. Perhaps we were not just mortals, but fighters, rebels against the tide, and in that moment, as the first crack of thunder split the air, I remembered the purpose that flickered against the abyss. Time seemed to slow, the world narrowing to this singular moment of resolve. The storm raged, but we stood firm, shadows curling around us, whispers growing louder. In that cacophony, we found our voices, the chorus of humanity, trembling yet unyielding, echoing against the void. And as we took our first step into the dark, I knew the fight was just beginning. The air crackled with the weight of silence, a silence so thick it could shatter. In the heart of the darkened forest, where shadows tangled with the roots of ancient trees, a figure clutched a trembling sword, its blade glinting ominously under a bruised sky. Alizia stood frozen, her breath hitching in her throat as the murmurs of forgotten worlds seeped into her mind, a chorus of voices both alluring and dreadful. She could feel the cold fingers of dread wrap around her heart like a vice. This moment, the sharp edge of despair and resolve, was a threshold. I remember the stories, she whispered to the wind, her voice barely breaking the stillness. I remember the night, when everything changed. The words tumbled from her lips like broken glass, each shard a memory of laughter now lost to the void. Beside her, Kieran paced like a caged beast, his eyes wild, fear and anger coiling tight within him. What are we waiting for, Alizia? He gritted his teeth, the tension in his muscles palpable. We can't just stand here while they tear the fabric of the worlds apart. Every syllable dripped with urgency, a chaotic melody that resonated with the pulse of the impending doom. Alizia turned her gaze to him, noting the way his brow furrowed deeply, the way his hands clenched and unclenched, a rhythm of turmoil. She could feel his pain, the haunting shadows of loss trailing behind him like specters. You think I don't want to fight, she countered, her voice rising, an ember of defiance in a pit of fear. I'm afraid, Kieran. Afraid of what I may lose. Of who I may lose. The weight of her words hung heavy in the air, a charged silence that echoed the unspeakable. Then let's not lose anyone else, he replied, his voice low, raw, barely more than a whisper. Our worlds bleed into darkness. We can't let them conquer the light. And there it was. The truth that hung between them like a razor. A truth that clawed at their hearts. They could either stand among the ruins of their fractured realities, or they could rise, defiant, against the encroaching void. They could become something more, or die trying. As if on cue, the ground tremored, and the sky erupted. A cataclysmic roar echoed from the depths of nowhere, a sound that resonated with the very marrow of the earth. Alizia stumbled, gripping the hilt of her sword tighter, a lifeline in an ocean of chaos. Kieran's hand shot out to steady her, and in that fleeting moment, amidst the chaos of their worlds, they found solace in their shared fear. I remember the legends of the 9 worlds, he breathed, his eyes dark with memory. Each realm a thread in a tapestry. But now, his voice trailed off, swallowed by the roar of the gathering storm. Now the tapestry is fraying, Alizia finished, and the words tasted bitter on her tongue. They were not mere stories anymore, they were a harsh reality. The winds howled, a banshee's cry, signaling the arrival of something unfathomable. Around them, the shadows thickened, twisting and contorting against the dying light. Shapes emerged, grotesque and unearthly, their forms a blend of nightmare and dread. Alizia felt her heart race, a drumbeat of fear waging war against her resolve. Together, Kieran cried, igniting a fire in her veins, and she nodded, her heart thrumming with a fierce rhythm of determination. As they launched forward, the chaos erupted into a symphony of battle, a cacophony of clashing swords and desperate cries. Alizia felt the adrenaline surge, every swing of her sword a testament to her will to fight, to defy the encroaching darkness. But then, a figure loomed, more shadow than flesh, eyes like burning coals that pierced the storm. It was a sentry of the void, a harbinger of despair. The air thickened around it, stifling and cold, as if the universe itself recoiled from its presence. Kieran! Alizia shouted, but the words were ripped from her throat as the spectre lunged, a blur of darkness. She saw Kieran's eyes widen, fear mingled with determination. He dashed forward, a flash of steel, but the shadow was too quick, too powerful. The clash was thunderous. The Void Walker staggered, but not before it struck, an ethereal wave that knocked Kieran to the ground, his scream swallowed by the roar of the void. No. Alizia's voice shattered the air like glass. Pain erupted in her chest, and she charged forward, heart pounding, vision blurring. She was afraid of losing him, afraid of everything, of failure, of the darkness creeping in, of the price of courage. Kieran, she cried, desperation clawing at her throat as she raised her sword, every ounce of her being focused on the figure looming before her. She swung, a desperate arc of hope, but in the back of her mind, a whisper taunted, would it be enough? Time twisted, moments stretched, each heartbeat felt like a lifetime. She remembered laughter, dreams, the taste of freedom. But what did it matter now when everything was collapsing? Fight. Kieran's voice echoed, a lifeline through the chaos. Fight for us. With a guttural scream, Alizia unleashed her fury, each swing of her sword a prayer, hope swirling amidst despair. Shadows screeched, the void flickered, and for a heartbeat, it felt like the worlds teetered on the brink of salvation, or oblivion. In that moment, everything hung in balance, the past, the present, the future, each thread woven into the tapestry of existence, and the urge to fight surged within her. But as the shadows closed in, the roar of the storm echoed all around them, and Alizia knew. They were a heartbeat from annihilation. Would they become shadows themselves? Or would they rise against the darkness? Somewhere deep inside her, amidst the fear, the longing, and the hope, she felt the first stirrings of a resolve that transcended the darkness. A fire ignited in her soul, urging her onward, deeper into the chaos where the light still flickered. And then, as the Void Walker lunged once more, the worlds teetered, not just on the edge of defeat, but also on the cusp of something profoundly transformative. Alizia's scream pierced the air, raw and unyielding, a call to arms, a defiance against the impending night. In that chilling moment, she understood. This was not just a fight for survival, this was a fight for everything they had ever known. And the battle had only just begun. The air crackled with an electric tension, a silence so oppressive it felt as though the world held its breath. Shadows stretched across the desolate landscape, whispering secrets of impending doom. In the distance, a low rumble echoed like the growl of a hungry beast. I stood there, paralyzed, watching as the horizon churned, a molten orange glow bleeding into the sky, an omen of what was to come. Surtr, the fire giant, loomed like a nightmare made flesh, his silhouette dark against the firestorm he commanded. His eyes burned like coals, and when he smiled, it was a cruel twist of fate. I could feel the heat radiating from him, thrumming against my chest, igniting a primal fear that clawed at my insides. This was not just a battle, it was a reckoning. Beside me, Tyr, a warrior with the weight of loss etched into his very being, gripped his sword so tightly his knuckles turned white, as if holding on could stave off the inevitable. He was a man haunted, his heart a battlefield scarred by memories of fallen comrades. Each breath he took tasted of ash and regret. I remember the stories, he murmured, his voice raw, the day Surtr would rise. Memories danced in his eyes, flickering like dying embers. I remembered the way the stars once shone above our village, bright and unyielding. Now, they flickered like ghosts, terrified of Surtr's impending wrath. The silence was a siren call, luring us towards a confrontation we could neither avoid nor desire. In the shadows, Freya lingered, a fierce light woven into her very spirit. A warrior goddess trapped in an earthly shell, her heart pulsed with the fire of defiance. Yet, beneath her strength lay a vulnerability that mirrored Tyr's, a deep-seated fear of failure, of not being enough. "What if we cannot stop him?" she whispered, her voice trembling like the first drops of rain before a storm. "What if?" Her words hung heavy in the air, a chain binding us to our fears. I wanted to tell her that we would fight, that courage could turn the tide. But in truth, the overwhelming dread clawed at my throat, and I struggled to breathe. I felt like a character in a tragic tale, scripted to face calamity, knowing there was no rewrite. The ground shook, and Surtr's laughter thundered through the valley. It was a sound that froze blood and ignited terror. "You think you can challenge me?" he bellowed, flames licking his massive frame. "You are but ash in my presence." His voice was a tempest, and the world around us shook with his malice. I could see the flicker of fire in Tyr's eyes, a stubborn ember refusing to die. "His wrong," he whispered, barely audible over the chaos. "We are not just ash, we are the storm." The determination in his voice ignited something within me, a flicker of hope, however fragile. As Surtr's fiery visage approached, everything slowed. Time stretched like a taut string ready to snap. The ground was a canvas painted with despair, yet we stood there, three souls intertwined in fate. Freya raised her sword high, defiance burning in her heart, while Tyr stepped forward, the weight of sacrifice radiating from him. "This is our moment," he declared, his eyes fierce and unwavering. But I felt fear choke me, an icy grip around my chest. "What if it's not enough?" I choked out, as if my words could summon a magic strong enough to change our fate. "What if we're just stop?" Freya shouted, cutting through the fog of despair. "We fight together, or not at all." The fire in her voice pierced the darkness, and I saw the resolve mirrored in Tyr's gaze. And in that instant, everything shifted. The memories of laughter, of love, flooded back, a kaleidoscope of moments that defined us. I remembered the warmth of a shared meal, the joy of victory, the sweet embrace of friendship. Those memories became our armor, a shield against Surtr's wrath. As he descended upon us, flames erupting like a volcanic fury, we moved as one. Our hearts beat in unison, a fierce rhythm against the chaos. I could feel the heat wrapping around me, threatening to consume us whole. But we were more than warriors, we were the remnants of hope, flickering against despair. Tyr charged forward, his sword a beacon of light, slicing through the darkness. I followed close behind, propelled by a force greater than fear, fueled by the memories that shaped us. Freya's battle cry rang out, a melody of defiance that reverberated in my chest. Surtr's laughter morphed into fury, a tempest of fire and fury. But beneath that fury lay something raw and primal, a vulnerability that he, too, carried. Time spun around us like a whirlwind, and in that chaos, I saw the truth glimmer like a distant star. We were not alone. The confrontation unfolded like a chaotic tapestry, threads of courage and desperation woven together. Surtr was a force of nature, but we were driven by the fierce connections that bound us. I felt the heat of his flames licking at my skin, but I refused to yield. The world around us blurred, a cacophony of sound and fury, but I clung to the moment, the raw intensity electrifying my soul. The sky darkened, and the air thickened with smoke and ash, yet we pressed forward, hearts ablaze with determination. I could see the shadows of our doubts creeping closer, whispering that this battle was futile, that we were mere mortals facing a god. But as I caught a glimpse of Freya's fierce determination, and Tyr's unwavering resolve, I knew we were not just fighting for ourselves. We were fighting for every breath we had ever taken, every moment we cherished. The ground shook violently, and the air sizzled with impending doom. But in that overwhelming chaos, we found our rhythm, our strength, a force that transcended fear. We were no longer just individuals, we had become a storm, a tempest of hope crashing against the fiery tide of Surtr's wrath. As we charged forward, hearts pounding like war drums, I felt the weight of inevitability pressing down. This was not just a battle against fire, this was a battle for our very souls, an eruption of everything we had ever loved. And in that moment, I understood, we were not just facing Surtr. We were facing ourselves, our fears, our losses, and our dreams. And so, we fought. We fought against the flames, against despair, against a fire giant who had no intention of letting us rise. But the fight was ours, a clash of hearts and wills, an echo of existence against the backdrop of the cosmos. As the confrontation raged on, the lines between victory and defeat blurred. The fire and fury around us morphed into a dance, a chaotic yet beautiful struggle for survival. In the heart of that inferno, we discovered that hope, even when flickering, could ignite a blaze that no darkness could extinguish. And as we surged forward into the chaos, I could feel the weight of our unspoken promises, the bonds forged in fire and ash. The end loomed, but it also held the promise of something greater, something beyond mere survival. It was the essence of what it meant to be alive, to fight, to love fiercely even in the face of impending doom. The ground shook beneath my feet, a rumbling growl of an awakening beast. I stood in the ruins of Oslo, the skeletal remains of buildings clawing at the sky like desperate fingers reaching for salvation. Ash fell like snow, thick and heavy, coating everything in a grey shroud. I could taste the bitterness of despair on my lips, the ghost of laughter haunting the wind as it whipped through the hollow streets. Memories flickered like dying embers in my mind, the warmth of what was now extinguished. I remember the day the world began to burn, a sky of fire and fury, the sound of trumpets heralding doom. It wasn't a war between nations, it was an annihilation, a final act of cosmic revenge. The gods had become tired of us, their laughter echoing like thunder in the heavens, and they unleashed Ragnarok, a cataclysmic symphony that reduced our lives to ashes. The winds carried the screams of the fallen, each cry a note twisted into a cacophony that drummed in my ears. Amidst the ruins, there was Ava. She knelt, fingers digging into the charred earth, searching for something lost. Her eyes, once vibrant pools of hope, were now sunken and hollow, reflecting the despair of a world that had turned its back on us. "What are you looking for?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, lost in the silence that enveloped us like a suffocating blanket. "Anything," she replied, her voice cracking, an echo of the girl I used to know. "Just anything." There was a desperation in her tone that clawed at my heart, a reminder of how fragile our existence had become. I wanted to reach out, to comfort her, but I felt like a ghost myself, one wandering through the remnants of my own life. Beside her, Nikolai stood, a figure carved from stone, yet trembling with an unspoken fear. He had been a warrior, once, tall and proud, with a heart full of fire. Now, he was a withered husk, the weight of survival pressing against him like a 1,000-ton boulder. "We can't stay here," he said, voice heavy as the ash that fell from the sky. "There's nothing left. We have to try." Ava's voice broke, a wild animal trapped in a snare of sorrow. "There must be something worth fighting for." She looked at me, her eyes pleading. "We have to believe in something, don't we?" She was searching for hope in a place where it had long since been buried. I remembered a time when laughter filled the air like music, when we danced under the stars and whispered dreams into the night. But that was before the sky split open, before the gods turned their faces away. I felt the weight of my own shortcomings, how I'd let the world slip through my fingers like grains of sand. "Maybe," I said softly, "but belief won't bring back the dead." "No, but it can guide us," Nikolai interjected, his voice sharp, slicing through the thick fog of despair. "We can't let this be the end." There was a fire igniting in his eyes, a flicker of the warrior's spirit buried beneath layers of grief. He was right, we were still breathing, still alive. But at what cost? Each breath felt like a betrayal, a reminder of those who would never inhale again. The shadows of the fallen loomed over us, memories etched into the ruins. A clock tower stood in the distance, its face cracked and frozen at midnight, a cruel joke played by time. Time had become a ghost, slipping away as we stood on the edge of eternity. I turned my gaze toward the horizon, where the sun struggled to pierce the thick curtain of ash. What if we never find it? What if hope is just a mirage? Ava's hand brushed against mine, a spark igniting between us, fragile yet fierce. "Then we create it," she whispered, fierce determination igniting in her chest. "We rebuild from the ashes." Her words lingered in the air, a promise wrapped in desperation. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from the depths of the earth, a warning resonating through the ground. I could feel the tremors in my bones, and my heart raced with an unquenchable fear. "We need to move," I urged, adrenaline surging through me. The three of us moved together, a ragged band of survivors, stumbling through the debris of our past. Each step felt heavy, weighted by memories of laughter and love, of lives lived and lost. We navigated the ghosts of what once was, each shadow flickering with echoes of our former selves. The streets were a labyrinth, and we were lost within it, searching for a way out. Ava led us toward the river, her spirit guiding us like a lighthouse in the storm. The water glistened with a sinister beauty, reflecting the sky's fury, a mirror of chaos and despair. "What if we jump?" she suggested, eyes glinting with a wild spark. "What if we let the current take us?" Nikolai's grip tightened on my arm, his fear palpable. "No. We can't give up like that." But I could see the allure of surrender in Ava's gaze. Sometimes, the idea of letting go seemed more appealing than the struggle. "I remember the dreams I had," I said, voice trembling. "I remember the warmth of the sun on my skin, and the laughter of friends around a fire. I remember," but before I could finish, the ground shook violently beneath us. A fissure opened nearby, swallowing the remnants of a world long gone, and our eyes widened in horror. Run! I shouted, adrenaline propelling us forward as we sprinted, hearts pounding, lungs burning. We were not just running from the darkness. We were running towards something we couldn't yet see, an unknown deadlier than the dragons that had once roamed our stories. The shadows chased us, the remnants of a world transformed, but we didn't stop. Because in that moment, survival was sweeter than surrender. The horizon beckoned, a glimmer of possibility, and I clung to the thread of hope as tightly as I could. We were broken, but we were alive, and in that rawness there was power. We were the last echoes of a forgotten song, and as the earth quaked beneath us, I knew only one truth: we would fight, not for survival, but for the chance to sing our own melody in the chaos. The air hung thick with dust, shrouding the remnants of civilization, a heavy pall that clung to the throat like unspoken grief. I stood in the middle of what had once been a bustling marketplace, now a ghost town. The silence struck like a hammer, echoing in my ears, the kind of silence that makes you question if you're still alive. Shadows of twisted metal and crumbling stone loomed around me, and the sky above was a bruised purple, swirling with the promise of something both dreadful and glorious. I remember the last scream. I remember how it felt to be unmoored, standing on the brink of a chasm where life once flourished. This is it, I whispered to myself, clenching my fists until my nails dug into my palms. The horizon flickered, and for a moment, I thought I saw movement, a flicker of hope, or perhaps a mirage of despair. It was hard to tell anymore. Jules broke through the haze first, her silhouette sharp against the decaying backdrop. I could read the fear in her eyes, a wild spark that could ignite the very air around us. "We have to move," she urged, her voice a tremor, yet laced with an urgency that demanded action. Her heart thudded audibly. I felt it sync with mine, a chaotic rhythm thumping against the weight of uncertainty. Jules was a survivor, battered but unbroken, her spirit forged in the fires of abandonment. "They are coming," she added, glancing over her shoulder as if the shadows themselves were hunting us down. And then there was Ymir, breathless and battered, stumbling into view. He bore the weight of 1,000 regrets on his shoulders, each one etched into the furrows of his brow. "Jules, wait," he gasped, the desperation in his tone wrapping around us like a noose. "We can't just run." What if what? She shot back, her spirit refusing to dim even as the darkness loomed closer, its tendrils creeping, curling around our collective fear. What if we stand still and die here? I remember the moment, the air crackling with tension, as Ymir opened his mouth to respond, but the words turned to ash on his tongue. We were children again, lost and frightened, yet we were survivors, too, molded by tragedy, drawn together by threads of shared pain. A chill ran down my spine, and I couldn't tell if it was the fear or something else, something more profound, a sense of a dawning realization. "Look!" Jules pointed toward the far end of the marketplace, where the remnants of a once bustling fountain stood like a sentinel. Water trickled, stubborn and defiant, a whisper of life in a dead world. It glimmered under the crumbling sun, beckoning us like a ghost of promise, a reminder of what had been and what could be again. "Water," Ymir breathed, and for a moment, his eyes shone with a wild hope that felt almost foreign. It was then I noticed the marks on his arms, scars from battles fought, an unspoken history etched deep into his skin. "If we can get there," he trailed off, a fragile thread of determination weaving through his uncertainty. I could feel the weight of my own scars as I took a step closer, recalling nights spent in the company of shadows, the echo of regret heavy on my heart. Each breath felt like a confession, a plea to the universe that had forgotten us. "We can't just hope," I said, my voice cracking like the earth beneath our feet. "We need a plan. We need each other." The urgency of survival clawed at our throats, but so did the memories, the dreams of laughter, of warmth, of lives unbroken. I remembered the laughter of children, the warmth of a hand held in mine, the promise of a future that seemed so far away now. Let's go, Jules said, her voice steadier now, like the first light of dawn breaking through the suffocating night. Together. As we moved, the ground seemed to pulse beneath us, alive with the echoes of a past that refused to die. Each footfall was a heartbeat, our presence a defiance against the silence. The shadows stretched and morphed around us, whispering secrets of fear and courage, blending into a haunting melody that tugged at the very core of who we were. I could feel the pulse of the world around us, alive and vibrant, yet filled with a desolation that sank deep into my bones. The wind howled, carrying with it the scent of decay and loss, but beneath it, a promise lingered, a whisper of rebirth. With every step toward that shimmering fountain, the air thickened, charged with unspent energy. We were caught in a storm of fear and hope, like moths drawn to an impossibly bright flame. I glanced back at Amir, and for a brief moment, I saw the flicker of a smile, a fragile bloom in the choking darkness. But the shadows grew restless, swirling in anticipation as we neared the fountain. They whispered warnings and taunted us with visions of failure, but we pressed on, driven by the desperation of a dream not yet realized. And then, just as we reached the edge of the water, the world exploded around us. A roar, a cacophony of sound and fury, shattered the silence, echoing in the marrow of our bones. The ground trembled beneath our feet, and I felt the raw, pulsing energy of life emerging from the depths of despair. Run! Jules screamed, but I was frozen, eyes wide, heart racing, caught in the moment where fear and exhilaration coalesce into something unnameable. The universe was shifting, and we were at the epicenter, trembling on the brink of something monumental. The shadows surged, and I could almost see the outlines of dreams and nightmares colliding, each one fighting for its place in the light. I knew then that this was not just about survival, it was about revival, about the audacity to hope when faced with annihilation. And as I stood there, my breath caught in my throat, the world around me began to change. The old had to be swept away for the new to emerge, and in that moment of chaos, as water surged and shadows danced, I felt the pulse of life. The new world was rising, and our fight was just beginning. The sky roared like a furious beast, a tempest unleashed upon the world. Lightning slashed through the darkness, illuminating the shapes of three figures standing atop a crumbling cliff, their silhouettes etched against the chaos above. The wind screamed, tearing at their clothes, pulling their hair like an angry lover, relentless and wild. I could feel it too, that fraying tension, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling around us. I remember the first time I saw her, Freya, fierce and unyielding, standing there with her fists clenched, the wind whipping around her like the battle cries of ancient warriors. She was a storm incarnate, but beneath that raging exterior, I saw the flicker of doubt in her eyes, a vulnerability that mirrored my own. Her heart was a battlefield, filled with fears of inadequacy, of not being enough when the world demanded everything. "Why won't you just fight?" she shouted, her voice raw and breaking against the tumult. "Why must you retreat, Sigurd?" I remembered my own shadows then, the echoes of battles won and lost, the scars etched across my soul. I was a warrior, or at least I had been. Now, I felt like a ghost of that man, haunting the edges of my own life. I turned to her, searching for the strength in her gaze, and found only the reflection of my own despair. "Because I am afraid," I whispered, the admission tasting bitter and metallic on my tongue, "of failing you." The sky exploded again, and in that moment, the ground trembled beneath our feet. I could sense the pulse of something ancient, alive beneath the surface, thrumming with a power that was both terrifying and intoxicating. Odin's children, we were, bound by blood and fate, yet fractured by our own demons. The weight of our lineage pressed down on us like a stone, heavy and relentless. I turned to the third figure, Baldur, who stood apart, a beacon of light amid the encroaching darkness. His golden hair caught the lightning's flash, and in that brief illumination, I could see the resolve etched into his features, but also the cracks in his facade. The smile he wore was a mask, hiding the pain of knowing he was the chosen one, the light meant to guide us all, yet cursed to bear the burden of expectation. "We can't keep running, Sigurd." "They are coming," he said, his voice steady but laced with an urgency that sent shivers coursing through me. "They?" I felt the chill of something sinister creeping up my spine. They were the harbingers of doom, shadows from the past that sought to reclaim what was lost. I had felt them in my dreams, lurking in the corners, whispering promises of destruction. "Do you remember the night of the blood moon?" Baldur's eyes were wide, reflecting that memory, a night when the skies wept and the earth trembled. I saw them then, specters of our ancestors, longing for revenge. I wanted to scream that I didn't want to remember, that I preferred the blissful ignorance of sleep. But the truth is, I couldn't escape the visions. They haunted me like haunting melodies from a forgotten lullaby. I remembered the laughter of our past, the warmth of our childhood, how we would play in the meadows until the sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced between the trees. But now, those memories felt tainted, like a bittersweet echo of what was. "Freya," I said, my voice trembling as I reached for her. "You have to promise me. No matter what happens, don't let them take you. Don't let them take any of us." For a heartbeat, there was silence, punctuated only by the growl of thunder in the distance. She nodded, but behind her eyes lay a fierce storm, a determination that scared me more than the impending doom. "I'd rather die fighting than live in fear," she declared, her breath hitching with emotion. The air thickened, electric with anticipation, as if the world was holding its breath, waiting for the first blow to fall. I felt the heaviness of time, stretching and warping around us, a clock counting down to our fate. We were not merely children of Odin, but fragments of a broken legacy, tasked with stitching our future from the threads of the past. And as we stood, the horizon darkened, a curtain closing on our innocence. I remember the first time I realized the weight of destiny. It was when I saw Freya weep silently in the moonlight, a warrior's heart breaking beneath the burdens of prophecy. I had wanted to tell her then that even the strongest of hearts can falter, that it was all right to feel vulnerable. But I had swallowed those words, fearing they would crumble the foundations we built together. "I can't fight alone," I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. "I need both of you." In that moment, the storm surged, a tidal wave of fury crashing down upon us. We stood together, three souls entwined in the chaos, staring into the abyss. The shadows shifted, a thousand eyes watching from the dark, and I felt the horror rise like bile in my throat. But through the fear, a fragile thread of hope sparked within me. Perhaps we were not merely pawns in a divine game, but architects of our own fate. Perhaps the rebirth of the gods did not lie solely in their power, but in our choices, our love, our refusal to yield. I reached out, grasping Freya's hand. Baldur stepped closer, sealing our bond against the encroaching darkness. Together, we faced the storm, hearts pulsing with a rhythm that echoed the universe itself. The night was alive with possibility, and in that moment, we dared to imagine a future not dictated by our pasts, but forged through the fires of our shared strength. As the first wave of shadows surged toward us, I closed my eyes, feeling the echo of our hearts beat as one, a declaration of defiance against the encroaching doom. Time twisted, the fabric of reality fraying at the edges, as we prepared to face whatever the fates had in store. The war was about to begin, and in the eye of the storm, we took our stand, unyielding, unbroken. A single breath sends a shiver through the air, thick with the tension of survival, as I crouch behind the rusted remains of a vehicle. Good luck finding the make. It's just a hunk of metal now, its paint long gone, a skeleton in the wasteland of what used to be a city. The silence around me is more than eerie, it's oppressive, like the weight of 1,000 unshed tears pressing down on my chest. I can hear my heartbeat, a frantic drum echoing in my ears, while outside, shadows creep, and weave through the remnants of a world that forgot how to breathe. I remember the sound of laughter, I whisper, and the memory flickers in my mind like a dying spark. I remember the warmth of the sun on my skin, a day spent with friends who are now ghosts, their faces fading like wisps of smoke. Laughter. It feels foreign now, almost laughable in its absurdity. I press my hands against the cold metal, grounding myself. The world has turned into a stage, our lives a tragic play, each act more bizarre than the last. Beside me, Jenna stares into the desolation, her expression a mix of rage and despair. She's brave, but that courage is a fragile thing, like a match flickering in a storm. I can see the way her fingers twitch, the way she bites her lip until it bleeds. They took everything, she murmurs, almost to herself. Everything. Her voice is raw, like a wound that refuses to heal, and I can't tell if she's talking about the world or her own heart. We've become scavengers in a graveyard of memories and lost hopes, picking at the bones of a society that once thrived. There's a darkness in Jenna's eyes that wasn't there before, a shadow that swallows her joy whole. I want to reach out, to pull her back from the brink. But I feel it too, the weight of grief, the gnawing ache of what we've lost. Across the street, the wind howls through crumbling buildings, a haunting reminder of lives once lived. A flicker of movement catches my eye. It's Thomas, always the reckless one, darting from shadow to shadow as if daring fate to catch him. The corners of his mouth twitch upward, almost like a smile, but I know better. He hides his fear behind bravado, and it shatters me to see how deeply it cuts him. You two are going to get us killed, he shouts, voice cracking, as he crouches low, scanning the horizon for threats. I don't have to tell him that death is already here, we've all felt its icy fingers trailing along our spines. Just let's go, I say, my voice trembling. Heart racing, I push the words out. We can't stay here, we can't. Each syllable feels like a plea, a desperation that echoes in the stillness. Where will we go? Jenna snaps, her eyes ablaze. There's nothing left. Just shadows and memories. The pain in her voice sharpens the air around us. I can almost taste her anguish, bitter and metallic. It stings, a reminder that we are fighting against shadows of ourselves. Anywhere's better than here, I counter, my disbelief mingling with hers. But my words feel hollow, a paper mask over a gaping wound. We're all losing ourselves, drifting further apart with each passing day. I can feel it like a riptide, pulling Jenna and Thomas into an abyss where hope is just a faded echo. A sudden noise, a crash, sends my heart leaping into my throat. We freeze. The silence swells, tightening around us like a noose. Then, in a heartbeat, it shatters. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate. We huddle closer, breath held tight, the very essence of fear vibrating between us. I can see the shadows moving, shifting, but they could be anything, the last survivors or the monsters we now fear more than death itself. Run. I bark, urgency igniting my voice. Jenna springs into action, her body a blur, while Thomas hesitates, caught in a moment between the world he once knew and the chaos of now. Now, damn it. I push him forward, adrenaline clawing at my insides, and we're off, sprinting through the wreckage of our past. Time bends, each second stretches infinitely as we weave through the debris-strewn streets. I remember the old city, the laughter, the light, the warmth. Now it's a graveyard. The familiar has turned to ash, and every corner feels like a trap, a reminder of the fragility of existence. Shadows loom, and I can't shake the feeling that something is watching, waiting. Jenna throws a glance over her shoulder, her breath ragged. What if they catch us? The fear in her voice stabs deep. It's the question that haunts us, that clings to our skin like an unshakable chill. They won't, I lie, the words tasting sour on my tongue. But I don't know, and that uncertainty gnaws at me. As we duck into an alley, a cacophony of sounds erupts, shouts, snarls, the unmistakable sound of chaos. It's a world unraveling, and we are just threads caught in the fray. My heart races, and I feel the weight of Jenna and Thomas beside me, my anchors in this storm. Together, we crouch in the shadows, breathless, hearts pounding in a frantic rhythm. My fingers brush against the rough brick wall, grounding me as the air thickens with tension. I remember the night skies filled with stars, a cosmos stretching endlessly above us. Now, it's just darkness, a void that swallows dreams whole. The clock is ticking, every second a reminder of our mortality. And then the echoes reach us, familiar yet alien, the voices of the past mingling with the present. I realize, with chilling clarity, the truth that binds us. We are the last survivors, the few who remain in a world stripped of meaning. The faces of our lost friends flash before my eyes, their laughter haunting me like a ghost. I can feel it, the fraying threads of our humanity, the desperate need to connect, to remember, to fight against the encroaching night. We are only human, flawed and broken, but in this moment, we are united by something more powerful than fear. It's the flicker of hope, the stubborn refusal to let the darkness swallow us whole. Together, I whisper, more to myself than to them. The word hangs in the air, and I know we must face what comes next. The question is no longer about survival. It's about the fight for what we once believed in. The shadows dance, and the night stretches on. The world around us might be crumbling, but together, we hold the weight of all that remains. The hunt has begun. The sky churned, a tumultuous canvas of dark clouds swirling like a tempest in the minds of gods and mortals alike. Thunder rolled, not in the distance, but right here, a heartbeat away, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Freyja stood at the precipice, her heart thundering in sync with the storm, as if the heavens themselves echoed her turmoil. She could feel the weight of her choices pressing down, each decision sharp enough to draw blood. She remembered the laughter, the joy, the warm sun that had kissed her skin just days ago, and how quickly it had turned to ash. Freyja. A voice cut through the chaos, jagged and desperate. It was Njord, her father, the warm tide that had reared against the icy cliffs of their past. But here he was, a frayed thread in a tapestry unraveling. We cannot let this escalate. Not again. His eyes were wild, glistening with unshed tears, a storm brewing within him. She turned toward him, her heart aching, reverberating with the echo of their shared history, their shared failures. How can you say that, Father? You know the Vani do not forgive easily. They see us as usurpers, thieves of their sacred bond with the world. Her voice trembled, caught between the fear of the impending battle and the longing for peace. She wanted to scream, to rage against the heavens and the bitter fate they had thrust upon her, but the words caught in her throat, tangled in a web of memories. In the shadows beyond, the Vani gathered, their faces obscured, but Freyja felt their fury radiating like heat from a forge. They would not come with open arms. They were warriors, hardened by betrayal, and she was the bridge, the one to reconcile the bitterness that had festered for generations. The price for peace lay heavy on her soul. As the first crack of lightning split the sky, she saw a flicker of movement, a silhouette emerging from the storm. It was Vaya, the Silent One, the god of vengeance, with a stoic expression masking the churning conflict within him. He had witnessed their history, the scars left behind by both sides. Freyja, he said, his voice a low rumble that matched the storm. You cannot negotiate with ghosts. They will not listen. I remember, she whispered, her voice barely carrying over the howling wind. I remember when we were all one. I remember the laughter that filled the halls, the warmth of shared stories. I remember when the world was not divided by fear. Vaya's gaze pierced through her, relentless and raw. And I remember the bloodshed. I remember the cries of the fallen. What good is peace if it stains your hands? The words felt like daggers, slicing through the fragile hope she clung to. A shadow loomed over them, a figure cloaked in darkness, the embodiment of the very conflict they sought to quell. You speak of peace, but can you taste it, Freyja? The voice was haunting, echoing through the air like an ancient curse. It was Njord's brother, the one who had always watched from the sidelines, who thrived on chaos. What do you offer? A hollow promise. Her heart raced, wild and untamed. I offer understanding, she shouted, desperation clawing at her insides. I offer the chance to heal. Enough blood has soaked these lands. We are tired of war. But inside, doubt gnawed at her. What if understanding was not enough? What if they were too far gone, too steeped in their pain to find solace? Enough. Via stepped forward, electricity sparking in the air around him. You are blinded by your ideals, Freyja. They will not listen. They will only strike. Each word was a pulse, a thrum of truth. The storm around them shifted, growing heavier, as if the heavens echoed his sentiment. The tension was a living thing, crawling like insects beneath her skin. A shiver ran through her, and she felt the weight of history pressing down on her, the burden of what had come before. I don't want to fight, she pleaded, her voice cracking. The sky seemed to dim, shadows pooling around them. But if I must, I will fight for them, for all of us. A heavy silence enveloped them, each breath a whisper, each heartbeat a promise unfulfilled. Freyja's mind raced, swirling with possibility and despair. Could she ever bridge this chasm? Could she ever bring the Aesir and Vani together as one? Or was this simply a fool's quest? The ground trembled, and the tension snapped, like a taut string finally giving way. Suddenly, from the darkness, a figure leaped into view, a Vani warrior, eyes alight with fury, spear poised to strike. Enough of your words. You think you can change fate, he bellowed, a tempest of rage and sorrow. You think you can erase our scars. You think you can erase what you've done. The air crackled with impending violence. Freyja's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat of fear and determination. Via stepped between them, a bulwark of strength. If it is blood you seek, then let it be on my hands, not hers. But in that moment, the past surged forth, a dark tide of memories and ghosts, war-torn fields, ash-coated skies, laughter turned to screams. Freyja felt each echo ripple through her, a haunting symphony of sorrow. She clenched her fists, feeling the primal urge to fight, to scream, to unleash her rage upon them all. But she dug deep, grasping for the light in the dark, searching for that thread of hope. I remember who we were, she cried, her voice rising above the storm. I remember when we fought together, when we dreamed together. We are not enemies, we are family. We are bound by the same fate. The warrior faltered, his anger dissolving into confusion. The storm raged on, wild and relentless, but in that moment, a flicker of understanding sparked between them, fragile yet fierce. Freyja knew the battle was not over, but she had planted a seed, a glimmer of hope in the darkness that threatened to consume them all. As lightning flashed above, illuminating their faces in stark relief, she took a step forward, ready to embrace whatever came next, heart pounding with the knowledge that the journey was just beginning, a new era awaited, cloaked in uncertainty, but ripe with the potential for change. Rain fell in sheets, a torrent that clawed at the earth as if trying to unearth the dead. The night sky was a churning mass of black, punctuated by jagged flashes of lightning that illuminated the faces of the lost. I stood among them, the shadows of my comrades flickering like candle flames in the storm. They were hollow, ghostly figures caught between worlds, each one an echo of the warmth that once filled their eyes. But tonight, they were just remnants, shades of memory, haunting and hollow. I remember Baldur. I remember the light he brought with him, the laughter that danced in his voice like sunlight splintering through tree leaves. But here, in this tempest, all that remained was a chilling absence, an unshakable sorrow that curled around my heart like a serpent. Some said he would return. Others whispered of doom. The air buzzed with tension, a palpable fear that seized our souls and left us gasping for hope. I felt a heavy weight in my chest, as if the earth itself mourned beneath my feet. Sigrun stood beside me, her eyes wide pools of despair. She had loved him with a ferocity that turned her dreams to nightmares. "What if he doesn't come back?" she whispered, her voice cracking under the strain. The question hung between us, a specter that refused to fade. I reached out, a comforting touch that felt futile against the cold reality. "He must." "His Baldur," I said, but the conviction in my voice wavered like the flame of a dying candle. I remember the stories we told around the fire, tales of his beauty, of the way he brought laughter to our darkest days. He was the sun after a long winter, the laughter that echoed in a silent hall. But that warmth was snuffed out, leaving us in an eternal dusk. His absence was a gaping wound, festering and raw. The world felt unbalanced, as if fate itself had taken a misstep. The very ground beneath us seemed restless, as if it, too, awaited his return. The storm raged on, and memories twisted with reality. I saw flashes of Baldur's smile, vivid and bright, the way he would throw his head back in laughter, the sound like music that echoed through the trees. But with each crash of thunder, that joy twisted into something darker, more sinister. He was the bright star in our sky, but now that star was eclipsed, swallowed by shadows that whispered of betrayal and death. I could feel the pulse of the universe around us, the heartbeat of existence resonating through the air. Every tick of the clock was a reminder of the fleeting nature of time. It felt cruel, a constant reminder of how quickly joy could turn to sorrow. I looked to Sigrun, and there was a fire in her eyes, a determination sparked by desperation. "We must find him," she declared, and in that moment, I saw her not as a grieving lover, but as a warrior ready to face the darkness head-on. With a sudden clarity, I grabbed her hand, anchoring us both amid the chaos. "Then let's go," I said, my voice a fierce whisper cutting through the storm. We moved as one, two souls tethered together by hope, fear, and the shared weight of loss. I led her into the heart of the storm, where shadows writhed and the echoes of the past called out to us like long-lost friends. We raced through the streets, the rain drenching us, the world around us a blur of color and sound. I felt alive, adrenaline coursing through my veins as we delved deeper into the night. Each thunderclap was a reminder, a harsh reality check that pushed us onward. I remember the faces of those we passed, blank and lifeless, as if the storm had drained them of all hope. It was a haunting reminder of what lay at stake, what could be lost forever if we failed. The wind howled, carrying with it a sinister melody, a song of the lost and the damned. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone, that eyes watched us from the shadows, waiting and plotting. Sigrun's grip tightened on my arm, and I turned to meet her gaze. In that moment, we shared an understanding, a silent promise that no matter what lay ahead, we would face it together. Then, as if summoned by our desperate hearts, a figure emerged from the shadows. Pale as the moonlight, with an otherworldly glow, he stood there, Baldur. My breath caught in my throat, a mix of disbelief and elation washing over me. But there was something eerie about him, a specter caught between life and death. His smile did not reach his eyes. Instead, they were hollow, echoing the sorrow that enveloped us. "Why have you come?" His voice was a distant echo, the sound of a soul torn between two worlds. Desperation clawed at my insides. This was the moment we had fought for, yet it felt like an ending rather than a beginning. I wanted to scream, to shake him awake, to pull him back from the brink of whatever abyss had swallowed him whole. Sigrun stepped forward, tears glistening in her eyes, a mixture of joy and heartbreak. "Baldur, we thought we lost you," she said, her voice trembling like a fragile bird. But he only looked at her, a flicker of recognition hidden beneath layers of sorrow. I could see the longing in her gaze, the fierce hope that he would become his former self, that the light would return to him like dawn breaking through the darkness. But with each passing heartbeat, an icy dread settled in my gut. The storm raged on, and shadows danced around us, whispering secrets that sent shivers down my spine. Baldur was back, but at what cost? The air crackled with tension, a countdown to an unknown climax, and my heart thundered in my chest, each beat a promise that the story was far from over. And as the echoes of the past mixed with the turbulent present, I understood, this was not just a return. It was a reckoning, a confrontation with the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of our souls. The storm had only begun to brew, and we were at its eye, teetering on the edge of something profound and terrifying. Each moment bled into the next, a relentless cycle echoing the eternal dance of life and death, hope and despair, light and darkness. And so, we stood, three fractured hearts, intertwined in a storm of chaos and yearning, the world around us trembling on the brink of something monumental. Thunder rolls, like a beast awakening from a slumbering dream. In the heart of the chaos, I stand, drenched in the sweat of fear and the icy grip of dread. The sky churns, a vast canvas of black and grey, pregnant with the weight of prophecy. There's a crack, a shattering sound that echoes through the frozen air, a moment when time stands still, like the breath caught in a throat. I remember the whispers in the dark, warnings that fate is a merciless sculptor, carving our destinies with jagged tools. I remember how it felt to stand on the edge of oblivion. Around me, the remnants of Asgard tremble. The halls, once resplendent with the laughter of gods, now lay cracked and bleeding, their glory tainted by betrayal and despair. I see Freya, her golden hair a stark contrast against the ash and debris, eyes blazing with the fire of 1,000 battles. She is fierce, a lioness backed into a corner, yet haunted by loss. She has seen too much, her spirit frayed at the edges like a worn tapestry. I stand beside her, trying to grasp her fear, which wraps around my heart like a noose. Ragnarok is upon us, she whispers, her voice barely a breath above the wind. And we are mere shadows of what we once were. Her words hang heavy in the air, filling the space between us with a palpable tension. I want to scream, her fear is infectious. I remember the tales of old, how the gods would triumph, their laughter echoing through the realms, but now we stand like lost souls on the brink of annihilation. I can feel my heart racing, each beat a reminder of our mortality as I turn my gaze to Thor, the thunder god, his hammer raised defiantly against the encroaching darkness. There's a thick, suffocating silence as he prepares to unleash his wrath, the energy crackling around him like live wire. Thor's face is etched with lines of worry, even as his fists clench around Mjolnir. He's a warrior, yes, but also a father, terrified of what he might lose. We cannot falter, he growls, but I see the uncertainty flickering in his eyes. I remember the stories, how his laughter could chase away storms, how he would tease me relentlessly about my obsession with history, how I would joke about his hygiene, or the distinct lack thereof. They bathed once a year, I'd said, so yeah, romance was earthy. But here, in this moment, as the ground quakes beneath our feet and the skies weep, I wish I could dive back into laughter. Instead, I'm swallowed by the dread that we may never see the sun rise again. The visions flood my mind, snippets of memories layered like dust on ancient scrolls. I remember the whispers of the Norns, weaving fate like a tapestry, spinning threads of joy and sorrow into a single loom. But now, their laughter is a ghostly echo, fading into the distance as if mocking our plight. Would they weave us a new story? Or is this the end of our narrative, the final page turned in a history written with blood and betrayal? Freya's hand trembles as she touches my arm. We must face them, she says, her voice a fragile thread pulling me back into the moment. The beasts will come, and we must stand united. I squeeze my eyes shut, vision swirling, a great wolf, the chill of his breath lingering in the air, fires burning in the distance, the clash of iron against iron. The ghosts of the fallen haunt our dreams, shadows lurking at the edges of our consciousness. Images rise and fade, a chaotic dance of despair and glory. Will we be remembered? I ask, my voice breaking, a question that echoes through the storm. The words hang suspended, a heavy weight amidst the crashing thunder. Freya looks at me, her gaze piercing, and I see the flicker of hope in her eyes, a fragile flame in the encroaching dark. Remembered or forgotten, it does not matter, she replies fiercely. What matters is that we fight. For each other, for every moment we've lived, laughed, and loved. Her words ignite something within me, a spark that flares into a flame, casting shadows that dance and swirl like the fates of old. We are warriors. We are flawed, burdened with regrets and fears, but we must stand. I glance at Thor, who nods, the weight of the world resting heavily on his broad shoulders yet somehow filled with resolve. Together, we step forward into the abyss, the ground beneath trembling with the tremors of fate. I remember the days when we danced beneath the stars, when laughter echoed against the mountains, when love came easily and life was a light breeze. But now, the winds howl like lost souls, and the ghosts of Ragnarok threaten to consume us. The shadows lengthen, the air thickens with anticipation. We are on the precipice, and I feel the pulse of the cosmos around us, each heartbeat resonating with the rhythm of ancient stories. Whatever comes, I whisper, feeling the weight of every word, let them come. And as the sky splits open, unleashing the fury of the storm, we stand united, a trio forged in the fires of despair and hope, ready to clash against the tide of history. The shadows swirl, the echoes of past battles resound, and in that moment, I know, this is not just a fight for survival. It is a testament to the legacy of Ragnarok, a fiery dance of death and rebirth, chaos and unity. We are the echoes of our ancestors, the whispers of a new dawn. The battle awaits, and so does our story, one that will reverberate through the ages, an eternal echo in the fabric of time. The air crackled with tension, electric and sharp, as the sky turned a bruised shade of purple, swirling with foreboding. I stood in the remnants of what was supposed to be a home, but felt more like a cage of memories. Ash and soot clung to my skin, a grim reminder of the world collapsing around me. Somewhere in the distance, the echoes of battle rang out, a cacophony of clashing steel and desperate cries. Loki, I whispered, the name tasting bitter on my tongue. I could hear the laughter of gods, mocking and cruel, reverberating through the streets of what was once a vibrant city. And yet, all I felt was hollow. I was but a shadow of my former self, lost in the horror of what lay ahead, an end foretold, an apocalypse written in blood. I turned my gaze to Freya, her fierce green eyes wide with unshed tears, glistening like emeralds against the raging backdrop of chaos. I remember when she used to laugh, when the sun would rise and she'd dance among the flowers, her joy infectious. But that joy lay shattered, ground into the dirt beneath our feet. Do you remember the summer days, Freya? I asked, my voice cracking. When life felt limitless. A flicker of a smile tugged at her lips, but it was fleeting as hope. I remember, she said, her voice trembling. I remember the way the world seemed to spin endlessly, and now it's like we're caught in a storm that never stops. The clash of swords drew closer, and the shadows lengthened, twisting like the tendrils of smoke that engulfed our past. The ground shook beneath us, an earthquake of fate. I closed my eyes for a moment, and there it was again, a vision, a memory of Ragnarok, a cataclysmic event that loomed over us like a dark cloud, heavy with the weight of inevitability. I can't face it, Freya murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. The thought of losing you, of losing everything. It's unbearable. And in that moment, I felt the chasm between us, raw and deep. I reached for her hand, our fingers intertwining, but it felt like grasping smoke, intangible, slipping through my grasp as the ground trembled with the footsteps of giants, the heralds of doom. I fought the urge to look away, to deny the dread clawing at my insides. "We have to fight," I insisted, though my heart quaked. "We have to stand against this tide. Does it even matter?" Freya's voice shattered like glass, sharp and painful. "What if we're only delaying the inevitable?" I thought of our fleeting moments in the garden, of flowers wilting under a relentless sun. A part of me wanted to scream, to rage against the heavens that had turned their backs on us. "Because we owe it to ourselves," I managed to say, my voice low, full of desperation. "We owe it to those who will come after us, to make a stand, to scream into the void." Just then, the sky split open, and fire descended like a vengeful storm. I felt the heat pulse against my skin, the scent of burning flesh, the acrid tang of despair swirling around us. My heart raced, pounding like a war drum, echoing through the chaos that encircled us. And then there was Tyr, his once noble form now marred by the weight of his choices. He stumbled into our midst, clutching a sword that gleamed with a sickly light. "The time has come," he gasped, his breath ragged, betraying the fear that lay beneath his bravado. "We must confront what we've feared all along." "Confront?" I spat, the word bitter on my lips. "What can we do against the gods? They've abandoned us to this madness." Tyr's eyes glinted with a mix of defiance and sorrow, a warrior's spirit battling against despair. "We fight for those who cannot fight. We fight for the lost, the forgotten." His voice trembled, a fragile thread holding us together amidst the chaos. "For our legacy." Freya's grip tightened on my hand, her pulse racing, a heartbeat of rebellion against the decay of our world. I saw in her eyes the same flicker of resolve that ignited my soul. "We will not be mere pawns in this game," I vowed, the fire of defiance igniting within me. "We will carve our names into the annals of history, even if they are written in blood." The ground shook again, and I could feel the tremors of fate approaching, a tidal wave of destruction threatening to swallow us whole. The moment hung heavy, thick with tension, as we exchanged glances that spoke volumes, unspoken fears and hopes tangled together in the fabric of our shared existence. And then, in that suspended moment, I remembered the stories, the myths that had whispered through the ages, tales of heroes who faced insurmountable odds, who rose against darkness. I felt their spirits weave through us, a tapestry of courage and despair, each thread vibrant with emotion, each moment a reminder of what it meant to be alive, even in the face of oblivion. "Onward," Tyr urged, his voice a rallying cry that cut through the silence, a beacon in the dark. And we emerged from the ashes of our despair, three souls intertwined in a battle against the cosmos, against the ghosts of our past. The air thrummed with anticipation, a heartbeat shared between us as we stepped into the abyss, embracing the chaos that awaited. I could feel it, the certainty that this was not an ending, but a beginning, a cycle unbroken. The world around us transformed, shadows dancing in the flickering light, the echoes of our resolve resonating in the air, a promise to fight, to remember, to exist. As the storm raged on, I held on tightly to Freya and Tyr, our hearts beating as one, caught in the tempest of emotions that would lead us into the heart of the storm, onto the precipice of eternity itself. The earth quaked beneath our feet, but our spirits soared, igniting the night as we faced the impending darkness together, ready to etch our names into the fabric of time, unforgotten, unyielding, undying. The sky screamed in crimson, a raw, visceral cry that echoed across the land. It hung heavy with the scent of ash and inevitability, as if the heavens themselves were bleeding. I stood at the edge of a collapsed world, rocks and debris littering the ground, my heart pounding in sync with the tremors beneath my feet. This was not just a tale. It was the end of everything I once knew. The shadows danced, twisting and flickering in the dying light, and I could feel their weight upon my shoulders. I turned to Myra, her eyes wide and wild, reflecting the chaos around us. She was always the one who dared to touch the sky, but now those dreams were crumbling into dust. I remembered our laughter as children, back when we believed in the impossible. What do we do now? My voice cracked, torn between hope and despair. She didn't answer, her gaze fixed on something behind me, something dark and terrible, rising from the depths. The ground shook again, a brutal reminder that we were standing at the precipice of our own Ragnarok. I could feel it in my bones. The world was collapsing, and every heartbeat resonated with the inevitability of destruction. Move! I shouted, but the words fell flat between us, like brittle leaves in a storm. Fear clawed at my throat as I remembered the stories of old, the great battles, the heroes, the gods who fought and fell. In those tales, the destruction was grand, but here it was intimate, raw, a whisper of doom. And then there was John, his laughter ringing like a chime in the chaotic wind. I could see him in the distance, struggling against the tide of despair, his hands reaching futilely for a future that felt more like a ghost. "You're a fool if you think this will end well," I called out, but he just grinned back at me, defiant. "Better a fool than a coward," he yelled, charging forward, his spirit ablaze. I wanted to scream, to pull him back into safety, but his reckless courage ignited something buried deep inside me, a hunger for meaning amid the chaos. I remember the nights we spent debating the weight of our existence, the philosophical riddles that spun around the fire like embers. What is a life worth, we would ask, faces illuminated by the flames, but now, standing on the brink, I knew the answer: everything and nothing. A chill ran down my spine as a gust of wind carried the scent of burnt earth, twisted thoughts invading my mind. I remembered the tales of Ragnarok, the end times, the cycle of destruction and rebirth, but those stories felt distant now, as if they belonged to another life. Why did we ever think we could escape our fate? I whispered, half to myself. Myra could only shake her head, tears mingling with the ash on her cheeks. The ground heaved, and I stumbled, grasping at the air as if it could anchor me to this moment. The very fabric of reality was unraveling, and I could feel the weight of the cosmos pressing down upon us. In that moment, time became a twisted serpent, coiling around our throats, a reminder that every heartbeat could be the last. I remembered the tales of brave warriors, of gods fallen and resurrected, but here we were, just two souls caught in a whirlpool of fate. "Remember," Myra said, her voice trembling, "the stories we loved. They were our escape." It was true. Those narratives wrapped around us like a warm blanket, shielding us from the harshness of existence. But now they felt like chains, binding us to an inevitable end. But what if we could rewrite it? I asked, the words spilling out before I could catch them. John's laughter rang again, a bittersweet melody amidst the chaos. "Let's give them a show, then," he shouted, charging forward into the mouth of the storm. I wanted to scream, to reach for him, but the ground shuddered, and the air crackled with impending doom. An ancient energy thrummed in the air, thick and suffocating, pulling us toward the darkness. I remembered the fragments of tales we cherished, the ones that spoke of resilience, of hope woven through despair. Yet now, those echoes felt like ghosts haunting the fringes of my mind, mocking my desire for a happy ending. The world was a tapestry of chaos, and I was merely a thread, fraying at the edges. Myra took my hand, her grip tight and unyielding, and I felt the warmth of her spirit pushing against the cold. "We can't let them write our end," she said, her voice steady despite the tremors. "We are not just characters in their stories. We are the authors of our fate." As those words hung in the air, I felt the weight of possibility, a flicker of defiance igniting within me. The shadows loomed larger, twisting and writhing, but I couldn't look away. I remembered the past, the laughter, the tears, the moments that shaped us. And suddenly, I understood. The tales of Ragnarok were not just about destruction. They were about rebirth, about the struggle to reclaim the light amid the darkness. Together, I whispered, and John's laughter faded into a war cry. We stepped forward, hand in hand, hearts racing as we faced the monstrous tide. The air crackled with tension, and I could feel the cosmos holding its breath, watching us as we stood on the threshold of despair and hope. In that moment, time stood still. The world around us blurred, and all I could hear was the thundering of our hearts, the pulse of existence echoing through the silence. As the ground trembled beneath us, we took a step toward our own narrative, ready to carve our destiny into the fabric of time. I remember the fear, the uncertainty, but more than that, I remember the light, flickering like a candle in the wind, determined to burn bright amidst the shadows. With every beat, with every breath, we pushed forward, ready to write our story, ready to confront whatever was waiting for us in the abyss. The air crackled with a tension so thick it felt tangible, like the charged moment before a storm. Odin stood at the edge of the world, watching as the sky split open, the very fabric of reality fraying at the seams. His one eye, the left, forever clouded with the knowledge of a fate he couldn't change, stared into the spiraling chaos of the Bifrost. Flames licked the heavens, the wailing of the Valkyries echoed in his ears, a haunting him of what was to come. In that moment, every heartbeat felt like a countdown, a pulse of dread that thrummed through his bones. But it wasn't just Odin who felt this impending doom. Freya, her silver hair whipping like a tempest in the wind, stood resolute beside him. Her heart, often a fortress of steel, now trembled with the weight of countless souls. Each warrior's gaze, those of the brave and the broken, was a mirror reflecting her own fears. She clenched her fists, nails biting into her palms, drawing blood, feeling the depth of her mortality. The price of love, of loss, beat a relentless rhythm in her chest. I remember the laughter, she whispered, the thought slipping through her lips like a promise, a prayer for the fallen. And there was Thor, muscles coiled like the spring of a great serpent, the Hamamjolnir heavy in his grip. He could feel the world's pulse, the tremors of the giants awakening from their slumber. The ground beneath him roared with hunger, a reminder that nothing, absolutely nothing, lasts forever. I remember the days of feasting, he growled, voice thick like the storm clouds gathering above. When the halls echoed with joy, not this, he jerked his head toward the chaos, eyes wild with the ferocity of a cornered beast. This is madness. Madness. It dripped from the sky like poison, flooding their hearts. They stood as three, and yet they felt like a million pieces, fractured shards of a once unbreakable unity. The fate of the cosmos hung heavy above them, a noose tightening, whispering secrets older than time itself. The echoes of Ragnarok weren't merely echoes. They were a symphony of despair, a dirge sung by the very universe, a reminder that all things must come to an end. A flicker of movement caught Freya's eye. In the distance, she saw the shadows of their enemies, giants and beasts, woven into the landscape like a tapestry of nightmares. They marched toward them, a dark tide intent on swallowing the last remnants of hope. Her breath hitched, a cold hand wrapping around her throat, squeezing, reminding her that courage and fear often danced in the same shadows. "We cannot falter," she urged, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. What was bravery without the foundation of despair? Thor's laugh was a rumble, deep and furious, yet beneath it lay a tremor of uncertainty. "Together, we stand." The battle cry rolled from his lips, but even he felt the weight of a world that had forgotten its heroes. "Together." He shouted again, but his voice cracked, heavy with the burden of doubt. Each clash of steel felt like a heartbeat slipping away, a final breath caught in the clenched throat of a dying star. Odin raised his sword, the light of it piercing through the shadow. Memory flooded him, the warmth of laughter, the scent of feasting halls, the joy of shared stories. But in that moment, the shadows loomed larger, slipping through the cracks of his confidence, filling him with a dread that gnawed at his resolve. "I remember the sacrifices," he murmured, and in those words, he tasted the bitter truth of survival. As the battle erupted, chaos reigned. Blood and ash mingled in the air, a grotesque perfume of mortality. Freya fought fiercely, every swing of her blade a desperate plea to save what little remained. She felt alive, yet hollow, an instrument playing a haunting melody amidst the cacophony. The faces of warriors she'd lost flitted across her mind, each visage a ghost draped in sorrow. Each cry for help echoed in her soul. I remember their faces, she thought, a mantra of loss that tethered her to this world, even as it threatened to rip her apart. The ground trembled beneath Thor's feet, a surge of power coursing through him, his blood pulsing with the rage of thunder, the fire of ages. He swung Mjolnir with abandon, but each strike reverberated with the weight of memories lost. I remember the laughter of my children, he growled, the words spilling from his lips like a confession, raw and unguarded. He spun, and with each motion, he felt the ghosts pressing in, urging him to remember the warmth, the joy, even amidst the carnage. And then, in the eye of the storm, they found each other. Freya's eyes met Thor's, a silent vow passing between them, a promise not to let the darkness swallow them whole. Odin caught their gaze from across the field, and it ignited a fire within him, the spark of hope against the encroaching void. "We are legends," he bellowed, but even he knew that legends do not always survive their own tales. In that heartbeat, time froze, and they were suspended in the echo of memory, each moment folding into the next, an unending spiral of sorrow and triumph. The shadows around them pulsed with a life of their own, as if the very universe had wrapped itself around their fate, a shroud of inevitability. With every swing, every clash, the characters became a part of the myth, wounded yet unyielding, dancing on the razor's edge between life and oblivion. Their cries melded into the very fabric of existence, an anthem to the chaos of the universe. The storm raged, but within its heart, they stood, trembling, defiant, and utterly human. But the tide of battle was relentless. The whispers of lost souls hung in the air, a chilling reminder of what was at stake. As flames danced around them, the realization struck. This was not merely a battle for survival. It was a reckoning, a reflection of everything they had ever been. And as the shadows grew, so did the whispers, secrets unfurling, the cosmos breathing heavy with unspoken truths. They were caught in the web of their own making, and the climax beckoned, drawing them closer to the edge of everything they feared. This was not just Ragnarok. This was the echo of existence itself, colliding with the relentless march of time, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the light of memory flickered still. But memory, like everything else, is frail. And as the storm surged, so too did the tide of fate. In the chaos, the moment stretched, a breath drawn in deep despair, taut with promise and pain, waiting for the inevitable unraveling. And so, they each fought, each heartbeat a testament, each breath a rebellion against the encroaching night. The battle continued, relentless, unending, a reflection of life itself. A cycle that would never truly end, but would always continue, spiraling into the unknown. The ground trembled, a low, ominous rumble that vibrated through every bone in my body. Above me, the sky darkened, thick clouds swirling in a sinister ballet of shadows, heavy with the weight of unshed rain and unspoken dread. I stood at the edge of the world, where the jagged cliffs met the turbulent sea, the wind whipping my hair into a frenzy, teasing the edges of sanity. "This is it," I whispered, voice barely carrying over the howl of despair. "This is Ragnarok." I could see them in the distance, figures, tiny and menacing against the backdrop of chaos, marching as if propelled by some unseen force. The gods of old, they said, would rise in the final battle, but who could tell the gods from the monsters anymore? My heart pounded like a war drum, each beat echoing a primal rhythm of fear and fury. There was Eirik, his face a mask of anguish, eyes wide and wild, reflecting the stormy heavens. I had known him since childhood, a boy who had chased dreams of valor and glory. But he stood here, a mere shadow of himself, lost in the labyrinth of his mind. He had always been the brave one, the one who laughed in the face of danger, who clung fiercely to hope. And now, his hands trembled, not from the cold, but from the weight of inevitability. "What do we do, Jörmungandr?" he asked, voice a desperate plea, as if I had the power to change fate. "I remember the stories," I said, my own gaze locked on the horizon where the waves crashed against the rocks, each frothy crest a herald of doom. "I remember how the gods fought and fell. We cannot forget that even they bled." My words felt like a fragile thread, fraying beneath the weight of our shared terror. Beside us stood Astrid, her spirit fierce as the fire she'd tended in the long, dark nights. She was a woman of contradictions, strength clad in softness, a heart that dared to hope even when the shadows loomed large. But today, the light in her eyes flickered like a candle in a tempest. "We have to face them," she said, her voice steady, but I could hear the tremor beneath. "If we don't fight, what's the point of living?" In that moment, I felt the clash of emotions, fear mingling with the bittersweet taste of courage. I wanted to scream, to tell her that fighting felt futile against the cosmic tide. But I also knew that surrendering meant losing everything. The ghosts of our ancestors whispered in the winds, tales of valor and sacrifice spinning in the air like the threads of fate. I remembered the nights spent by the hearth, the storytelling, the way the flames danced and flickered, casting shadows on our faces, weaving the tapestry of our past. "They bathed once a year, you know," I joked, trying to lighten the oppressive atmosphere, so romance was earthy. A weak attempt that fell flat against the oppressive weight of the approaching storm, yet it drew a fleeting smile from Eirik. But laughter was a fragile thing, easily crushed under the weight of doom. "Maybe they should have bathed more," Eirik muttered, bitterness lacing his tone. "Maybe they wouldn't have brought this upon us." I saw then the crack in his bravado, the way despair gnawed at him, pulling him into the depths of uncertainty. Suddenly, a blinding flash lit the sky, and the ground shook again, sending us stumbling. Lightning split the heavens, illuminating the silhouettes of figures, giants of old, looming and terrible, with eyes like smoldering coals. The air felt charged, electric, alive with anticipation, a visceral reminder that we were standing at the brink of oblivion. Astrid's grip tightened around my arm, nails digging into my flesh as if anchoring herself to reality. "Do you feel that?" she gasped. "It's like the world is holding its breath." I nodded, breathless, heart racing as if it were trying to escape my chest. The silence that followed the thunder was deafening, heavy with unspoken fears. The very fabric of time felt stretched, as if the cosmos was aligning for this final act. "There's a choice," I said, though I could hardly hear myself over the chaos of my thoughts. "We can fight, or we can run." Eirik's eyes gleamed with defiance. "Running won't save us, Jörmungandr. It never does." His voice was a war cry, a call to arms that echoed in my soul. But what did it mean to fight against fate? My heart wavered, caught in the tempest of hopelessness and determination. I could almost hear the clock ticking, each second a reminder of the fleeting nature of life, each tick a heartbeat, each task a reminder of mortality. The giants' shadows loomed closer, their breath hot against our skin, swirling with the scent of earth and decay. I could see them now, features twisted in a grotesque mockery of life, eyes glinting with a hunger that sent chills down my spine. And then, it happened, a howl, a primal scream, rising from the depths of despair. It echoed through the valley, reverberating in my bones like a death knell. "This is it," Astrid breathed, and in her voice, I heard the crackle of resolution. In that moment, a profound clarity washed over me. This was not just about survival. It was about the memory of those who came before us. It was about the love that lingered in our hearts, the dreams that refused to die, even in the face of annihilation. I thought of the stories we shared, the laughter echoing in the long nights, the warmth of companionship against the bitter cold of existence. I turned to Eirik and Astrid, our fates intertwined, our souls bound by the very essence of our being. "Let's not go quietly," I whispered, my voice barely a breath, but it hung in the air like a promise. Let's not go without a fight. And as we stood together on the edge of eternity, the storm unleashed its fury, and the world tilted precariously toward chaos. Together, we faced the darkness, hearts pounding, souls ignited, ready to carve our names into the annals of history, defiant, unyielding, and fierce. The battle for our lives had begun, but in that moment, I understood. We were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting to matter, to leave a mark on this chaotic tapestry of existence, to etch our story into the very fabric of the universe. The philosophy behind the Norse apocalypse was not just destruction, it was a celebration of life, a testament to the indomitable spirit that burns within us all. The sky splits open, a jagged wound painted with the fire of a dying sun. I stand there, heart pounding, as the ground shakes beneath my feet. This is the end, a crescendo of chaos swirling, a symphony of screams rising like smoke. I remember Odin's last breath, a guttural whisper of a god stripped of hope. I remember Frigg, her face a canvas of sorrow, standing beside the lifeless bodies of her children, their laughter now a ghost echoing through the howl of the winds. The world is unraveling. Flames lick the edges of a once verdant Midgard, blackened skies closing in like a vice, and the howl of Fenrir carries a promise of destruction. I am not a hero. I am a witness, and the weight of that truth crushes me. My heart races, raw and unfiltered, as I watch the sky bleed into the abyss. There's a figure beside me, he moves like a shadow, consumed by the chaos like everyone else. Loki, with his mischievous grin twisted into a mask of despair. He stands, the god of mischief, the architect of this apocalypse, and yet, behind those eyes, I see a flicker of regret. Is it beautiful? He asks, not looking at me, but at the inferno consuming everything he once loved. The end. I want to scream. The ground isn't just shaking, it's shattering, pulling apart at the seams of reality. Beautiful? No. It's tragic. But my voice is swallowed by the roars of giants, the clash of swords, and the cries of the damned. I remember another time, another place. Shadows danced in the corners of my childhood, whispering tales of the end. The world's most celebrated endings, the Armageddon of myths. Every culture has its own tale of ruin, a mirror reflecting humanity's fear of the inevitable. In Egypt, the sun god Ra wrestles with darkness, while in the Aztec lands, Quetzalcoatl's return heralds a reckoning. But here, in the heart of Ragnarok, there is no glory, no redemption. Only loss and an insatiable hunger for the past. I feel it gnawing at my chest, raw and painful. I want to hold it, to cradle the laughter of children playing in the meadows, the warmth of a summer sun on my skin, but all that remains is ash and echoes. And then there's her, Sigrun, a warrior maiden, fierce yet fragile, her soul forged from the fires of battle. She stands tall amidst the chaos, sword in hand, eyes blazing with defiance. We will fight, she screams, a lioness roaring in the face of despair. But I see the flicker of doubt in her gaze, the way her grip falters, and I want to reach out, to tell her that it's okay to be afraid. But what do I know? I'm just a witness, adrift in a world where hope is as fleeting as a flame in the wind. I remember her face, streaked with dirt and blood, and wonder if she feels the same heartbeat of fear that pulses through me, a relentless drum echoing the inevitability of our end. The ground splits. Fire erupts. I see Loki, watching the chaos unfold, and I can't help but feel pity. He laughs, a hollow sound that cuts through the din, but in his eyes, I recognize a loss deeper than any world's end. He's not just a trickster, he's a man who has gambled everything, and the stakes were too high. Chaos reigns, and yet, within it, a strange beauty blooms, like the first flower pushing through freshly fallen snow. I want to believe that even in destruction, something can grow. I see Sigrun fall, a flash of steel cutting through the thick air, and my heart shatters. She doesn't rise again. I remember her laughter, a sound like wind chimes in summer, now silenced. Loki's laughter turns to anguish, a scream that rips through the fabric of existence, piercing the veil between life and death. This is my fault. I did this, he cries, and for a moment, I feel a flicker of sympathy for the god who has lost everything. The realm shudders, and I am lost in a whirlpool of memories, of laughter, of love, of dreams that now feel like fading echoes. I clutch my chest, the weight of loss pressing down like a shroud. We are mere ghosts, I whisper, haunting a world that has forgotten us. The world shatters once more, and in the chaos, I see them, figures emerging from the shadows. Heroes long gone, remnants of tales passed through generations. They rise like phantoms, wielders of fate, dancing on the edge of oblivion. I can almost hear their stories, weaving together the threads of life and death, spinning a tapestry of human existence. As the flames engulf the horizon, I feel the pull of time, the clocks ticking down like a countdown to oblivion, the shadows growing longer, the ghosts whispering their secrets. I see Loki collapse, his body crumpling into the dust, the weight of the world crushing him like a forgotten relic. I want to scream, to rage against the dying light, but the moment slips away. It's all slipping away, just like the last flicker of flame drowning in the ocean of darkness. And yet, amidst the destruction, a single heartbeat remains, echoing through the silence. It's the rhythm of existence, the pulse of life refusing to be snuffed out. I cling to it, hoping against hope that somewhere, somehow, this isn't truly the end. As the light fades and shadows envelop everything, I wonder if this, too, is just another myth, a story waiting to be told again, a cycle poised to begin anew. And so, I wait, a witness to the end, clutching onto the beat of what was, what is, and what might yet be, as the world around me dissolves into the void. The wind howled like a wounded beast, a piercing wail that cut through the night as I crouched in the shadows of the ancient grove. The trees stood tall and silent, their gnarled branches clawing at the sky, as if trying to pull the stars into their grasp. Each breath was a tangible weight, laden with the scent of damp earth and impending doom. I could hear the rustle of whispers, ghostly echoes of fate unfurling around me. Freya, my heart whispered, what have you brought upon us? The words hung heavy in the air, thick with dread and unspoken fears. I turned to see Astrid, her face pale, moonlit beneath a tangled mess of raven hair. Her eyes, a tempest of emotions, flickered with the fire of defiance and the chill of despair. She had always been the brave one, the light in our darkness, but tonight, her spirit trembled like a fragile candle in a storm. I can't, she started, but the words crumbled like ash between us. The threat loomed closer, a shadow draped in destiny, whispering promises of ruin. And there I was, caught in the web of fate, feeling it twist around my very soul. My heart raced with the rhythm of war drums, an ancient echo that thrummed against the fabric of time. Torsten stood at the edge of the clearing, his broad shoulders a silhouette against the night sky. The tattoos that marked his skin seemed to dance in the flickering light of the torches, each symbol a story, a burden, a curse. He was a warrior, and yet here he was, paralyzed by the inevitability of fate. They say we are bound to our destinies, he growled, anger simmering beneath his breath. But what if we refuse to follow the path laid before us? His voice was low and gravelly, but the tremor betrayed his uncertainty. The question hung between us, a taut line stretched above a chasm of despair. I wanted to scream, to shake him and tell him it was pointless to fight fate, but I felt the same tug. The urge to break free from the chains of destiny was intoxicating, a sweet poison coursing through our veins. Every choice we make leads to our end, I murmured, a bitter truth that felt like ice in my throat. But what if we could carve a different path? I could feel the weight of their gazes, searching, questioning, desperate for hope. But hope was a flickering candle that struggled against the gale, and I felt it dimming. Fate is a cruel mistress, Astrid whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. She speaks through the Norns, weaving our fates with threads of chaos and order. But maybe we can snip that thread. Her gaze held mine, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the glimmer of a plan. We could challenge the very essence of our existence, rage against the tapestry that sought to bind us. But the night deepened, thick with tension, a pregnant silence stretching until it cracked. In the distance, the clash of swords echoed, an ominous drumbeat of what was to come. It sent shivers down my spine, a reminder that the world outside this grove was a battlefield, and we were mere players in a game far beyond our understanding. "Do you hear that?" Thorsten said, his voice suddenly fierce. "The dead are calling. They want us to join them." It was dark humor, laced with a bitter edge, and it sent a chill through my bones. The thought of death wrapped around us like a shroud, an invitation to the other side that felt far too tempting. I could almost see the ethereal forms of the fallen, their faces twisted in sorrow and regret. "Not yet," I breathed, the resolve swelling within me. I refused to surrender. Not now. But with every heartbeat, I could feel the noose tightening, the pull of fate tugging at my very essence. I remembered the stories, the tales of heroes who defied the gods, only to find themselves crushed beneath the weight of their own hubris. I wanted to be brave like them, but dread was a companion that settled too easily into my chest. "Do you really think we can change our fate?" Astrid's voice trembled, a fragile thread woven into the swirling chaos around us. "What if we are just pawns in their game? What if we can't escape?" Her eyes shone with doubt, and the flickering hope began to dim like the dying fire. "I remember tales of those who faced the Norns," Thorsten interjected, his anger flaring brightly against the encroaching shadows. "They defied the very fabric of fate. They fought with every ounce of their being. Yet, as the sounds of battle grew closer, I could feel the cancerous weight of despair creeping, clawing at my heart. Fate was a tide that could not be turned. I wanted to scream, to unleash the storm that raged within, but the words felt trapped, suffocated beneath the crushing weight of inevitability. "Wait," I whispered, the thought forming into a flickering image in my mind. "What if there is a way? What if we—" But before I could finish, a blinding flash split the sky, illuminating the faces around me, each one reflecting a different shade of fear. The confrontation was upon us, fate looming like a specter, a ghost that would either tether us or set us free. And as the shadows closed in, I felt the pulse of destiny thrum in my veins. The battle for our souls was about to begin, and we stood on the precipice. Would we rise against the dark, or would we surrender to the merciless hands of fate? Each moment hung suspended in the ether, a fragile breath swirling in the night, waiting for the inevitable clash of choices, destinies, and the haunting unknown. The stars hung like cold, unblinking eyes in the night sky, indifferent to the turmoil unfolding below. I stood with my back against the damp stone wall of a crumbling church, the smell of incense mingling with the earthy aroma of moss and decay. The air pulsed with tension, thick enough to choke on. My heart raced as I overheard whispers slicing through the dark, a chorus of uncertainty wrapped in the weight of change. "They come," said a voice, rough as gravel, laced with dread. "They come for us." In the flickering shadows, I caught sight of Eric, a towering figure clad in furs that spoke of the wild and untamed. His blue eyes glinted like shards of ice, reflecting the fear that bubbled just beneath his stoic exterior. I could see the crease of worry deepening on his brow, a man torn between two worlds. He was the last of his kind, a keeper of memories, of gods and giants, of fierce battles fought beneath a blood-red sky. But in this moment, with his breath coming in ragged gasps, he felt the crushing weight of inevitability. "They don't understand," he muttered, almost to himself. "They'll never understand." His voice, deep and rumbling, threatened to shatter the fragile silence. And then there was Freya, a name that had once sung in the hearts of warriors. Standing beside Eric, her fingers clenched as if to hold onto the very essence of their beliefs. "We can't let them take our stories," she pleaded, her voice trembling, weaving a tapestry of desperation and fierce love. Freya, with her wild hair like a storm cloud and eyes that blazed with untold fire, had always been the heart of our circle. But now, as Christianity's spectre loomed, she felt her world unraveling. Each moment, each breath, felt as if it were being snatched away, destined to be lost in the void. I could feel their fear wrapping around me, a shroud of frozen uncertainty. Outside, the flickering torches of the approaching missionaries illuminated the darkened path, like fireflies in the night. I remember the stories, the old tales, where gods roamed the earth, where battles were fought with honor, and the heavens were alive with the clash of thunder and the laughter of the brave. But those tales, those heartbeats of my ancestors, felt like ghosts now. Hovering, watching, waiting for the final blow. "Do you hear them?" Eric's voice rose, raw and haunted. "They preach of love while wielding swords. They promise salvation, but they bring chains." It was a truth that cut deep, sharper than any blade. The paradox echoed in the silent void, bouncing off the walls of the church like a maddened spirit in search of solace. I felt the weight of his words, the truth like a stone in my own chest. The missionaries bore tales of a single God who loved unconditionally, but in that love, they stripped away everything we held dear. Night deepened, and shadows danced like specters around us. Freya turned her gaze skyward, her voice a haunting whisper. "What will become of the tales of Odin? Of the great Yggdrasil? They will fade like smoke in the wind." The pain in her voice was palpable, an echo of 1,000 hearts breaking in unison. I wanted to reach out, to grasp her hand, to reassure her that we were more than mere stories. We were flesh and blood, beating hearts seeking to find their rhythm in a world growing colder, darker. But as Eric clenched his fists, I sensed the storm brewing within him. "If they come for our stories, let them taste our fury," he growled, the words spilling forth like molten lava. "My sword remembers the weight of our ancestors. It remembers the blood spilled for freedom." In that moment, he was no longer just a man, he was a wildfire, ready to consume everything in its path. The air crackled, thick with the scent of imminent conflict. The missionaries drew closer, their chants echoing through the night, a siren call that threatened to drown us in its rhythm. "We can't fight this," I whispered, a part of me quaking at the thought. "They have the power of a new belief." But deep down, I felt the tremors of resistance, the pulse of defiance that coursed through our veins. I remembered the tales of battles fought and won, of gods who bled and rose again. Freya's eyes locked onto mine, a tempest of emotions swirling within her. "Do you remember, long ago," she began, her voice weaving through the fabric of memory, "when we danced around the fire, our hearts beating in time with the rhythm of the earth? When the stars above felt alive, watching over us? I could see it then, the flicker of hope in her gaze, a memory that held the promise of unity, of strength against an encroaching darkness." The crackle of torches grew closer, louder. Eric's anger flared, fierce as a summer storm. "If we fall, if we surrender, then what? Will our stories be lost in the ashes of time?" His voice rose with each word, carrying the weight of 1,000 battles fought on sacred ground. The inevitability of it all pressed down upon us like a smothering cloak. But I saw it then, the flicker of hope igniting within the depths of despair, a spark growing in intensity. Freya took a step forward, her voice trembling but unwavering. "Then we become the fire, Eric. We become the stories worth telling." Her gaze darted to the shadows, where their enemies lurked, waiting for their moment. "We fight not just for ourselves, but for all that came before us and all that will come after." I could feel the rallying cry building within me, igniting a fierce longing for unity, for resistance against the tide of change threatening to sweep us away. And there, in the stillness of that charged night, we forged a bond stronger than the chains they sought to impose. The missionaries may have had their teachings, but we had our hearts, our stories, our gods. As the first light of dawn kissed the horizon, we stood together, ready to face the unknown, ready to fight for the echoes of our past, for the whispers of our ancestors that would never truly fade. And as the night deepened, we prepared for a confrontation that would intertwine our fates with the threads of history, a clash that would resonate through time, a battle not just of gods and men, but of belief itself. The echoes of our resolve would ring out, unyielding against the dark. Each heartbeat, each breath, a story worth telling. The air is thick with tension, charged like a storm brewing on the horizon, the kind that makes the hairs on your neck stand up. The distant sound of clashing metal rings out, sharp and unforgiving, echoing through the chill of the night. I can feel the pulse of my heart in my throat, each beat a reminder of the blood that will spill before dawn. I remember the taste of fear, metallic and bitter, tinged with the scent of burning wood and the cries of the fallen. It's a sound that haunts my dreams. Astrid stands at the edge of the forest, shadows weaving around her like a shroud. She's torn between loyalty and the gnawing hunger for revenge. Her brother's laughter once danced through these woods, now replaced by the ghostly silence of betrayal. She grips her sword, knuckles white, the cold metal a stark contrast to the heat of her rage. I will not let them take what's mine, she whispers, her breath a fog in the frigid air, a promise to the spirits who linger in the twilight. The trees seem to shudder, their branches twisting as if to answer her fervor, but they offer no solace. There's something raw about the Viking heart, a wildness that pulses beneath the skin, a restless spirit that yearns for glory, but often finds itself shackled by its own weight. I feel it, too. I remember the tales, the sagas of gods and monsters, of Odin with his one eye, trading wisdom for the price of blood. I remember the laughter of the feasting halls, the boisterous songs that drowned out the cries of the damned. It's intoxicating and terrifying, this world where honor is bought with death, and every heartbeat is an echo of ancient beliefs, of fates entwined. But beneath that wildness lies a vulnerability, an ache that is almost unbearable. Halder, Astrid's father, sits by the flickering fire, his face lined with the weight of years, each crease a story etched in sorrow. His eyes flash with a fierce determination, but they betray him, the flicker of doubt, the shadow of grief. Our people need strength, he says, voice gruff, yet trembling. But at what cost? The question hangs in the air, a specter that refuses to fade. He fears for his daughter, fears what this journey might strip away from her, what darkness it may unleash. He remembers the laughter, the warmth of sun on his face, the way the world felt whole. But those days are long gone, swept away like ash on the wind. Astrid glances back at him, a fierce resolve burning in her chest. I will not be afraid, father. Fear is a cage. And with that, she plunges into the darkness, her silhouette swallowed by the night. The woods tremble as she walks deeper, uncertainty clinging to her like a second skin. I can almost hear the ghosts whispering in the shadows, murmuring warnings of what lies ahead, betrayal, anguish, a bloody reckoning. I find myself holding my breath, the tension thick enough to choke on. Each step she takes echoes in my mind, a haunting rhythm of destiny unfurling before her. I remember the stories of the great warriors who faced their fate with unyielding courage, but those tales often skip the part where fear gnaws at the edges of the heart. Astrid's heart pounds, a war drum calling her forward, but the song of the past lingers like a ghost, reminding her of the family she might lose, the love she might never reclaim. And there's Halder, a man forged in the fires of battle, yet here he stands, a quiet storm of agony. Memories flood him, his wife's laughter mingling with the clinking of mead mugs, the sweet scent of summer grass now replaced by the acrid smoke of war. He feels the weight of every life lost, each name etched in the stone of his heart. I should have protected you, he mutters, his voice breaking. I should have fought harder. But the battle waged within him is far more treacherous than the one outside. Can he reconcile the warrior and the father? Can he bear the thought of losing his last tether to hope? The night deepens, thickening with foreboding as the moon watches, a silent witness to the chaos unfolding. Shadows move, dance like phantoms, whisper secrets of an age when gods walked among men, when glory was drenched in blood. I can feel it tightening around me, this thick air of destiny, as if every breath draws me closer to some terrible truth. Astrid feels it too, a pulse that grips her chest, a dark promise that lures her deeper into the unknown. She thinks of her brother, of the way he used to make her laugh, how he would tease her about her fierce spirit. "You're a wild one, Astrid," he had said. "Born for battle, but destined for greatness." She remembers his smile, bright and warm, a lighthouse in the storm. What would he think of her now? Would he be proud, or would he mourn the sister lost to vengeance? The clashing swords echo in the distance, a promise of chaos to come. I can taste the salt of sweat and blood, feel the weight of her choice pressing down upon her. She is both warrior and girl, caught in the web of expectation and desire. She embraces it, fights against the tide of doubt, refusing to be swept away. "I remember," she murmurs, "the stories of old, the strength they bequeathed us." Each word is an incantation, a tribute to the gods who watch from their thrones, to the ancestors who whisper their names in the dark. And as the moment draws closer, the world holds its breath, suspended in time. The shadows breathe, the air crackles with possibility, each heartbeat a drum echoing in the deep, dark night. It's a clash of destinies, a meeting of past and future, a defiance that stirs the very cosmos. The battle is coming, and with it, the reckoning of all that was lost, all that will be. Each character pulls me in deeper, their fears and hopes wrapping around my heart like a vice. I feel the weight of their choices, the sharp, sweet pang of life and loss. The night is alive with the history of those who came before, and I can't help but wonder, what will be left when the dawn breaks? When the blood settles and the echoes fade, what stories will be etched in the soil? The only certainty is this: the Viking heart beats on, wild and unyielding, a relentless pulse beneath the surface of time, calling forth the ghosts of the past, ready to wage war against the silence. The air crackles with an electric tension, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon, the sky a heavy, bruised gray. I stand on the edge of a forgotten city, its skeletal buildings whispering secrets from centuries past. Shadows dance in the alleyways, twisting and turning as if mocking the very ground they tread upon. I feel it in my bones. Ragnarok is not merely a myth, but a living, breathing entity, breathing down my neck, urging me towards a fate I cannot escape. I remember the nights spent poring over ancient texts, the crumbling pages telling tales of gods and monsters, of an end that felt so tantalizingly close. I remember the weight of those stories, how they clawed at me like a restless ghost, refusing to let go. It was a familiar ache, the sweet sorrow of legends that echoed my own struggles, my own battles with meaninglessness, in a world that felt increasingly chaotic. Then there was Freya, with her fierce spirit and heart scarred by past loves. She wandered the streets with a defiance that belied her fragile heart, eyes blazing like twin stars against the encroaching darkness. "The end is just another beginning," she would say, her laughter a wild, uncontained thing, until, of course, it faltered. I watched her fight against the shadows of her own making, grappling with the weight of expectations that felt too heavy to bear. I wanted to reach out, to pull her from the brink, but I was tethered to my own demons, my own insecurities. "Ragnarok," she muttered one night, her voice barely a whisper, "isn't that what we're living? A constant cycle of destruction and rebirth." I wanted to argue, to tell her that hope wasn't dead, but the truth was more complicated than I dared admit. I felt that familiar claustrophobic rush, the tightness in my chest as the walls of reality closed in. There was no escaping the inevitability of chaos. Then there was Magnus, a brooding figure who wore his heartbreak like armor. A warrior haunted by memories of battles lost, his fists clenched at his sides as if ready to wage war against the very gods he once revered. You're all fools, he spat one night beneath the flickering street lamps, shadows draping over him like a cloak. Ragnarok is upon us. We're too late to stop it. I wanted to scream, to shake him awake from this bleak reverie. What about the sparks of hope? The tiny moments that shimmer. But I knew my words would only bounce off the walls of his fortress of despair. The irony wasn't lost on me, his despair echoed mine, our struggles woven together like the threads of a tattered tapestry. The night grew heavy with unspoken thoughts, each tick of the clock a reminder of time slipping away. I could almost hear the distant rumble of inevitability, the drums of war beating a relentless march. Freya's laughter faded, replaced by a haunting silence. Magnus's fists hung loosely at his sides, the weight of his sorrow tangible in the air. And then it happened, the moment everything fractured. A crash echoed through the alley, like bones snapping underfoot, and we were thrown into chaos. Figures emerged from the shadows, their eyes glinting with the promise of violence, remnants of the old world clinging to them like cobwebs. I froze, my heart pounding like a war drum. Freya stood her ground, a lioness ready to pounce, while Magnus took a step back, fear etched across his features. Together, I shouted, though the word felt hollow against the growing storm. The essence of Ragnarok was here, manifesting in flesh and bone, the end of all things pressing upon us. And yet, all I could think was how tightly we were bonded, how this crisis, this unraveling, was our crucible. Time warped, moments stretched and contracted, memories flooding back like a tide. I remembered the ancient stories, the gods who faced their doom with defiance, how they clung to life even as the world crumbled around them. I channeled that energy, drawing strength from the legacy of those who faced the darkest of nights and emerged on the other side. In that moment, with chaos swirling around us, I saw Freya's fear dissipate, replaced by fierce determination. "We fight," she cried, charging forward, her voice cutting through the din like a beacon. Magnus followed, fists raised, and I could feel the fire ignite in my chest. Love, rage, despair, all of it melded into a single thrust of defiance against the encroaching darkness. As we surged forward, I felt a visceral connection to the past, to the stories that shaped our lives. The echoes of warriors long gone rang in my ears, each heartbeat a testament to their struggles, each breath a reminder that even in our darkest hours, we are never truly alone. And yet, the looming specter of Ragnarok remained, a constant reminder that our battle was not just against the shadows outside, but within ourselves. Every blow we struck, every moment we fought together, was a declaration of our resilience, our refusal to succumb to despair. But still, I couldn't shake the feeling that the storm was only just beginning. A weight hung in the air, a foreboding sense that this confrontation was merely a prelude to something much more profound. I felt the universe shift around me, the tendrils of fate weaving a tapestry I couldn't yet decipher. Time felt liquid, slipping through my fingers, and as we stood together, hearts pounding, the echoes of past battles resonated in our souls. In the eye of the storm, I realized we were not just characters in a tale of destruction, we were the architects of our own fate. And as the tempest swirled around us, I felt that enduring allure of Ragnarok, not as an end, but as a powerful reminder of our humanity, our fragile yet fierce determination to rise again, to face whatever darkness lay ahead. The storm raged on, the shadows danced, and we stood firm, entwined in our shared essence, ready to confront the inevitable with every ounce of strength we had left. The cycle would continue, the echoes would linger, and somehow, in that chaotic embrace, we found a strange kind of hope, a glimmering light amidst the darkness. The air crackled with an electric tension, the kind that sends quivers down your spine and makes your heart beat louder than a war drum. I stood on the edge of the world, surrounded by the ruins of a civilization that had once thrived, stone fragments scattered like forgotten dreams. A shadow loomed in the distance, growing larger, more menacing, until it became impossible to ignore. It was the specter of Ragnarok, a moment suspended between the echoes of the past and the volatile whispers of the present. I remember the weight of regret heavy in my chest. It felt like carrying a boulder up a mountain, every step a reminder of choices made, choices that bled into the fabric of my existence. I was not just a witness to this impending doom, I was a part of it. Helga, my sister, stood beside me, her eyes reflecting the fiery chaos unfolding before us, a battlefield where gods and monsters clashed, where morality hung by the flimsiest of threads. "Can you hear them?" she whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a tempest. She meant the cries, the roars of warriors, the sounds of the earth breaking under the weight of despair. I nodded, but it wasn't just the battle cries filling the air. It was the haunting memories of laughter and love, now twisted and torn. "I remember," I began, but the words choked in my throat, caught between the ghosts of our past and the horror of our present. Our brother, Einar, had been the bravest among us, always the first to charge into danger, his laughter echoing like a forgotten melody now lost. He would have faced this with a sword in hand, I thought bitterly, remembering how he would tease us, how he would sweep us into his arms and carry us off into the twilight like a hero in a fairy tale. But now, he lay cold in the ground, a casualty of a fight he never returned from, leaving us to confront the darkness alone. The shadows around us flickered, casting grotesque shapes upon the scorched earth. I felt an insidious pull, a dark invitation to join the fray, to seek out the enemy that had taken so much from us. Helga reached for my hand, her grip a lifeline amidst the chaos. "We can't go back," she said, her voice a whisper against the cacophony of war. "We have to fight." And that was the crux, the choice that weighed on our souls like iron chains. To fight was to embrace our humanity, to cling to a sense of purpose amidst the madness. But what did it mean to be human when faced with annihilation? I was torn, caught in the crossfire of duty and despair. "Do you see them?" Helga's eyes widened, scanning the horizon for allies or enemies. The figures moved like phantoms, each one a representation of a choice made long ago. I saw Einar among them, not as a ghost, but as a memory, a flicker of what could have been. Every choice leads to this moment, I thought. Every choice is a thread weaving the tapestry of fate. We pushed forward, throbbing hearts in sync with the war drums, every beat a painful reminder of our mortality. I glanced at Helga, her face a mask of determination, and for a fleeting second, I saw the child she once was, the girl who picked flowers in the meadow and wove them into crowns. "I remember," I said, as if conjuring the past could protect us from the present. The way the sun felt on our skin, the scent of spring. We were innocent then. But innocence is a fragile thing, easily shattered by the harsh realities of the world. The ground shook beneath our feet, the air turned thick with smoke and the stench of iron. We were rushing toward a confrontation, a reckoning that felt both inevitable and terrifying. Every step was a countdown, every breath a prayer, and the shadows danced around us, whispering secrets of despair and hope entwined. "Is it worth it?" I shouted over the din, my voice cracking with the weight of uncertainty. "What have we become?" Helga turned sharply, her eyes fierce. "We fight for what we lost. For Einar. For us." Her voice was a battle cry, an invocation of the spirit that had once united us. But I felt the tremors of doubt creeping in, wrapping around my heart like a vice. In that moment, time unraveled, a tapestry torn at its seams. I saw images flash before my eyes, laughter turned to screams, love twisted into betrayal, dreams drowned in the flood of reality. Each vision was a piece of the puzzle, a shadow of our past that loomed large in the present. The lesson was clear: morality, like life, was not black and white, but a kaleidoscope of choices, each one leading us closer to the edge of our own existence. Then, the world erupted. Chaos engulfed us as the clash of steel rang out like thunder. The air burned with the cries of the fallen, and I fought alongside my sister, the weight of our histories propelling us forward. One moment, I was a warrior, the next, an unwilling participant in a dance of death. But even as I swung my sword, my heart clung to a fragile hope, the belief that in this turmoil, there was a lesson to be learned. Maybe, just maybe, we could emerge from the ashes of Ragnarok, not unscathed but transformed. Fight! Helga screamed, her voice slicing through the noise. For every lost dream, for every heartbeat that brought us here. And I fought. I fought with every ounce of my being, fueled by love, loss, and the haunting echoes of our past. The battle raged, a storm of emotions that swirled around us, fear, anger, grief, and an indomitable spirit. As the dust settled, leaving nothing but the remnants of what we once knew, I found myself standing in the ruins, raw and exposed, where the fragments of our choices lay scattered like stars across a darkened sky, each one a reminder that even in the face of oblivion, we are shaped by our struggles. The shadows whispered around us, and I knew this moment was not an end, but a beginning, an unending cycle of conflict, growth, and discovery. In the haunting aftermath of Ragnarok, we would learn the deepest lessons of morality and human nature. And so, as the echoes of the past faded, we prepared for what lay ahead, aware that the true battle was just beginning. The air crackles with a tension, so thick it chokes the breath right out of your chest. Outside, night has fallen, dark and oppressive, swallowing the world whole, but here, in the decaying remnants of a once great hall, the flickering flames cast shadows that dance like phantoms. The echoes of ancient laughter haunt the walls, a mockery of the present, reverberating through the marrow of your bones. I stand at the edge of the room, heart pounding, as a figure emerges from the darkness. Sigrid, a fierce warrior with eyes like stormy seas, filled with a wild mix of rage and despair, her sword gleaming under the waning light. I remember the tales, she whispers, her voice raw with anguish, the gods who walked among us, the promise of glory. Her grip tightens on the hilt of her weapon, knuckles white, as she stares at the empty throne, where once sat a king who believed in the gods' eternal power. But what remains now? Ghosts? Shadows of myths. She turns to me, desperation etched across her face, searching for answers that slip away like water through her fingers. Beside her, Einar, her brother, haunted by dreams of battles fought long ago, stands rigid as a statue, a living relic of a past he can't escape. The scars of war mar his skin, but it's the scars on his soul that cut deeper. You think they care, he growls, bitterness lacing his words. The gods have turned their backs on us. They've left us to rot in this forsaken world. The firelight catches his eyes, and for a fleeting moment, I see a boy, not yet broken by loss, before the shadows swallow him again. The air thickens with unspoken words, a chasm between them wider than the fjords. Silence. I can taste it, a metallic tang that settles on my tongue. It's the echo of lost faith, the quaking heart of a once vibrant culture now teetering on the brink of oblivion. I remember, Sigrid says, her voice rising, when the skies would crack open with thunder, when the earth would shake beneath our feet, and we would know the gods were with us. But now, her laughter is a sharp blade, cutting through the tension. Now we have nothing but tales, and even they grow dusty like old bones. Einar steps closer, his breathing heavy, words flooding forth like a storm. You cling to these myths, these stories of glory, of honor. But we're losing ourselves, Sigrid. Look around. Cities crumble, traditions fade. What are we if not our beliefs? I watch them, caught in the crossfire of their anguish, the tension winding tighter, unbearable. The whispers of the past swirl around me, memories of gods and giants, of fate and fury. I feel their weight pressing down, the gravity of centuries of belief colliding with the hollow ache of modern doubt. The clock in the corner ticks, a constant reminder of time slipping away, each tick a heartbeat, each second a reminder of what they've lost. Maybe we need to let go, Sigrid breathes, her voice trembling, a flicker of vulnerability breaking through her warrior facade. Maybe the myths cannot survive this world. The words hang heavily between them, a bittersweet truth echoing in the stillness. No. Einar's voice erupts, raw and primal, shaking the very foundations of the hall. We cannot forget. It's all we have left. His fingers tremble, clutching at the air as if grasping at something intangible, something fading, something desperately needed. A gust of wind howls through the open door, a mournful wail that carries the scent of the sea, salt and sorrow mingling in the air. The shadows play tricks on the mind, twisting the figures of gods long gone into grotesque shapes against the wall. I shiver, feeling the weight of their gaze upon us, ancient eyes watching, judging. Is it their judgment we fear? I whisper, the words slipping out before I can catch them. Or our own? Sigrid's gaze pierces through me, as if seeking the truth buried deep within my soul. We fear the unknown, the void that lies ahead. We've built our lives around these stories, these gods. If we strip them away, what are we left with? Her voice is a fragile thread, straining against the weight of her own doubts. Einar steps back, shaking his head as if to shake off the very thought. We are warriors. We are the keepers of our history. If we lose our stories, we lose ourselves. His hands clench, trembling as the internal battle rages on. But what if we are just ghosts, wandering through the remnants of a forgotten age? The fire crackles, casting an eerie glow, and I feel the air shift, thick with impending change. Outside, the world stirs, pigeons cooing in the shadows, the distant sound of laughter mingling with the cry of the night. A reminder of life, of continuity, of change that we cannot escape. The storm outside grows, a tempest of rain tapping against the roof like the heartbeat of the world. I look between them, the raw intensity of emotion drawing me in, deeper, until I am lost in their conflict. The weight of their shared history, their conflicting beliefs, hangs heavy in the air. Then what do we do? Sigrid asks, the vulnerability in her voice like a dagger to my heart. Do we forge a new path? Create new myths to carry us forward? Einar's face hardens, a battle raging behind his eyes. Or do we cling to the old ones, even as they unravel? The wind howls outside, a chorus of the forgotten gods, a reminder of the past, and as I look into their eyes, I realize that perhaps it's not about the myths themselves, but about the belief that fuels them, the fire that burns in the heart of every soul. The clock strikes the hour, and for a moment, everything freezes. Time suspended, hearts racing. I feel the weight of eternity pressing down, the cosmos swirling in the depths of their souls. And in that heartbeat, a truth flickers, continuity and change intertwined like lovers caught in a dance, each step forward a step into the unknown. And as the storm rages outside, I know this moment is far from over. The echoes of ancient tales will continue to resonate, for deep within the hearts of Sigrid and Einar lies the very essence of belief, raw, unyielding, a force of nature against the tide of time. The future of Norse mythology hangs in the balance, a fragile thread that binds past to present, myth to reality, clinging to the fragile hope of what could be.